he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples, all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
Let's get ready to play that sounder that Jay will play so often when I do talk. Gatekeeping, Alan, whatever you want to call it. But the sounder is hate, 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 hate. Because that's how I'm going to sound today. I woke up this morning, got to go to the Don Toliver concert last night, Golden One Center. Sweet Life with Alan Stiles, that's what it was. Shout out my guy Kenny. Kenny hooked us up, one of our servers out there at the G1C, hooked up Chris Watkins, Brendan Nunez, and myself. It was a heck of a time. So I hope you enjoyed yourself if you got out to that concert. Shout out Kenny, our guy. He had the good times rolling. So we appreciate him.
Man,
for
first
that.
name basis?
That's right.
Attaboy.
I told him I had him, Kenny.
That's how you do it.
So the first thing, whenever somebody says to me, so we go up, getting some beverages, and the first thing somebody says, he looks at me, Kenny does, he says, I watch the show all the time. And the first thing I ask them always is, well, are you a Whitey guy or are you a Styles guy, right? I just ask them straight up.
What?
And you can always tell because they'll say something, well, I like both of you, right? That's how I know he's a Whitey guy. Because if he was an Allen guy, he would say, oh, you're my guy. But when he says to my face, oh, I like both of you. I mess with both of you. That's how I knew Kenny is my guy. But, and then, Jay, they always say, well, I've been listening to Whitey for a long time. That's what they always say. I've been listening to Whitey for a very long time. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Kenny.
Wait a minute. First of all, you have to give Whitey Stretch his respect.
Yes,
right?
of course.
He has been in the game longer than we've both been on this earth.
Yes.
To the best of our knowledge, right? Second part of it is, why can't someone like both of you?
No, you can like both of us.
Okay, so why you didn't got to put the pressure on somebody to make a decision.
It's like kids, right? They always say, oh, I don't have a favorite. Parents, they kind of have favorites.
Who was your mother's favorite?
Me.
Who was your father's favorite?
Me.
Wow.
I think so.
Are you just saying that?
I have a feeling. Okay. I have a feeling. Somebody asked me, Alan, who's your favorite kid?
Right.
It's too early to tell. But I can guarantee you I will have one. They'll never know.
At least you are keeping it real. You keeping it G.
They'll never know.
I can respect that.
Right? But I will have one.
That's messed up, man. Who's your wife's favorite right now?
Ooh.
Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, probably number one.
Okay.
Yeah. We're still getting to know number two.
Let me tell you something. You've been married how long?
Well, I believe, what is it?
First of all, you never ask a man how long they've been married, but I'm just doing it because of the show.
3 years.
3 years. All right. I've been married. It'll be 5 at the end of this month.
Okay.
So I got just a little bit more scruff in my beard on you, right?
Right.
Never answer those questions, Alan. Never, sir. Right?
I won't.
We're just helping each other out here.
Yes.
As gentlemen.
I got you.
If someone asks you those questions, you do it was kind of a test, but you do just what the other people do when you ask them, well, who's your favorite? I kind of like both of them.
Yeah,
just stay there.
You don't got a favorite.
Yeah, just stay there, man.
How could you ask me something like that?
Come on, brother.
I mean, I have one, but I'm not going to tell you.
Don't say it, though, man.
I'm not going to tell you.
Never out loud.
Never that. So shout out Kenny, even though Whitey's his favorite. He hooked it up, and we appreciate it.
Did he tell you that?
He didn't have to.
Okay.
I can always tell. So shout out Kenny. G1C put on a great show. Don Tolliver put on a great show. But we're going to get to this hate, because I woke up this morning after having a fun evening. And shout out to Wifey for letting me go out and have some fun on the Top of T.O. Tuesday. So we appreciate that. And I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, I hate this Russell Westbrook, Victor Oladipo conversation. We spent a good amount of time on it yesterday, and I don't even know if I tried to talk myself into it. I don't even know if I tried to talk anybody else into it, but I woke up this morning thinking all these players floating around the league right now, all these young guys as the Kings try to get younger, try to see what else is out there from a talent standpoint, mining for gold, if you will. Right now they are mining, trying to find young talent. And we're sitting here talking about Russell Westbrook and Victor Oladipo. Now, Russell Westbrook, I get it, marketing. We talk Jung-Hoo Lee, marketing and making money. We get all that. Russ is a huge brand, which is why you got to be careful anytime we have these conversations, right? Huge brand. But I don't understand why we have to keep having these conversations. I just don't. And it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. All these guys that got drafted, Jay, all these dudes that got drafted, Acuff was the 7th pick. All these dudes were freshmen, 19, 20 years old. Are you hearing about any other team with a top 10 pick having to bring in a mentor? Are you hearing about that? Now, some of these teams have vets on the team already, but are you hearing about, the Wizards have to bring in so-and-so for A.J. DeBonsa? The Clippers are looking at bringing in whoever for Keaton Wagler. We're not hearing any of that. So why is it that Darius Acuff is the one that needs this mentor situation? And it's not even I don't like the mentor thing. I've told everybody that. I'm very open about that. I don't think it's necessary as much as other people do. But on top of me not necessarily thinking it's necessary, then you're going to bring in somebody as polarizing as Russell Westbrook, who is probably going to be looking to play a decent amount of minutes because he played pretty darn well last season. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't outstanding, but he played pretty well. And here's an interesting question, Jay. Who's better right now? Not that it necessarily matters, but who is a better basketball player right now, Darius Acuff or Russell Westbrook?
Oh, man, that's tough.
It's tough, right?
Yeah.
Because
we don't really know
there's context missing, but that idea of, okay, well, obviously Acuff is going to play. Obviously Neek is going to play. Russell Westbrook is better than them. Does that matter? Sure. I don't know. but you're putting Doug in a tough spot. And I woke up this morning, Jay, and you could play the sounder. Hate. I don't like it.
You don't like the fact that Russ is still being conversed about?
No.
With Sacramento Kings?
Not at all.
Oh, gotcha.
I can't fake it either.
No need to be fake. Not on the drive guys, man.
I refuse.
Yeah.
I refuse.
Wait a minute. You have a beautiful night last night.
That's right.
Fantastic night. Mm-hmm. You get to see Don Tolliver and company.
Yep.
I heard Sahab Baby didn't pull up. But anyway, my sources tell me. But you go home, you thank the beautiful wife, you kiss your two daughters good night as they're sleeping in the crib, in the bassinet, in the bed.
Yep.
And you wake up this morning in a foul mood?
Ticked off.
About Russell Westbrook?
Ticked off. Well, I saw the Anthony Slater article, and he was talking about Domas and others, and then, just the idea that this thing actually has legs. I think yesterday, Jake Fisher, it all came out, right? But it was very surface level. Anthony Slater, who's going to be on here in about 20 minutes, Anthony Slater is on ESPN, and he's talking about the Russ Oladipo thing. And then, to me, that's when it became, this is real, right? This is a real conversation. Not to say that they're going to do it, but this is a real conversation. And this is how it happened with Russ last season.
Yeah.
Where, it was kind of right there being talked about, and then eventually it got legs and they ended up doing it. So this is how it ended up last season. So to me, I just don't necessarily see the value for where the Kings are at right now. If you're telling me the Kings can go grab some 23-year-old that didn't pan out with his first team, or go get Russell Westbrook to be the backup point guard and quote unquote mentor Darius Acuff, I'm looking at my list of 22, 23-year-olds where it didn't pan out, and I'm saying there's got to be somebody on that list that makes more sense than Russ for that final roster spot.
I understand what you're saying, and I get you've already come out and said that, listen, you don't like the mentor.
No.
The mentor situation that is being tossed around and thrown around by NBA circles, NBA media, Sacramento media, and reporters, right? You're not into that.
No, never been.
You're good on that.
Never been.
But beyond that, as much as we talk about a mentorship, is it the fact that you think who Russell Westbrook is, who he could be on this team, and what he brings to the court is a drawback for Darius Acuff and his growth? Or is it the fact that you not in on Russell Westbrook anymore? Or is it the idea of all those things that is kind of frustrating you're out on? It's
probably all of those, but I will stick with some kind of specifics there. I just think that it makes everything a little bit sticky with the playing time conversations. And I think Russ did a great job. I mean, you watch him throughout the season, and he's talking to Maxime, and he's talking to Neek, and he's talking to these guys.
He's mentoring.
He is. He did. He did. We got it. But for me, just bringing him back and the playing time convo, what happens if this thing goes off of the rails? I don't know. Last season was interesting because, and that infamous kind of back and forth when Russ said, did you guys think we were going to win a championship? Well, no, we didn't think that. But I felt like at some points, because the season was so far gone, and I'm going to quote the great D'Angelo Russell here, it just felt like free basketball. And it was different because tanking was allowed. Now tanking is not allowed. So there is a level that you don't want to cross as best you can, and that West is difficult. But I don't know, Jay. I get it. I would never tell anyone to not have fun at their job just because, they'd be losing or whatever. But a lot of times, Jay, you couldn't tell that team was on track for 22 wins, because they looked like they were having a good time. And I don't mean that in a positive way. I meant that, and I mean, Russell Westbrook his career is already cemented. So he's not in the same situation as others. So coming out here, adding to his legacy, win, lose, or draw, the dude is winning at life. We get all that. And I felt some of that while he was out here. And I don't know. I don't want to say it rubbed me the wrong way, but it just felt, these guys stink, and they're too happy. And we talked to Jerry Reynolds about that a little bit, and Jerry said, yeah, I mean, they probably shouldn't be as cheery as they are throughout the whole season. And I think when you are kind of playing with house money like Russell Westbrook is at this point in his career, other players aren't like that, right? True. Other players aren't in that situation. And I did feel like some of that wore off on the team last season, and that's all fine and good for Russ. He's earned it, but I don't want these dudes being okay with losing. And I don't think Russ is. Yeah. Once it was so far gone, though, it just felt like they were just hanging out. Emotions, but they were too happy, Jay.
I got you.
They were too happy.
The Bean Boys. And I think there's a fine line with it. I'm with you in the form of this. When you are okay or solidified in losing, then I think that becomes the whole spirit of the whole team, the organization, and the season.
Yeah.
Right. When you're comfortable losing, to me, that's a problem. I would say this, though. Whitey has talked about how this organization seems to be putting some foundation in the ground. And howbeit, if you dislike it or like it, whatever side of the fence you're on with it, I do start to see some pillars. I can see the ground being tilled. I can see maybe a little bit of the concrete. As much as concrete is super expensive right now, I see a little bit of concrete in the corner over there, right?
Yeah.
The power company at least came out and have inspected the land to make sure that you can build something here.
Right.
So for me, I think I see that, and part of that amongst the losing was the Bean Boys, and I use them for an example because if they're happy-go-lucky like they were last year, in the wins, you look at them in the losses and say, they're just too cool, too smooth for me. But I think there's something different than the fact of being comfortable in losing versus learning how to win. I see the Kings learning how to win. They're trying to learn how to win. Yeah. Right. And I think Scott Perry has a big hand in that. BJ Armstrong has a big hand in that. Coach Christie, and so on and so forth. Coach Woody. All these guys are trying to teach a lot of these youngsters, albeit not even some of the youngsters. But Keegan Murray probably still needs to learn how to win on a certain level.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm hearing you correct, the fact that the shadow of Russell Westbrook and who he is, because he's a movement in itself.
Yeah.
He is a star. He moves as he wants to, and people follow and pay attention. You don't technically want that shadow over this organization this upcoming year. And it's not so much as, and this is where I think certain people last year got it misconstrued, Alan, is Russ is the type of dude who's kind of in your face. And if there's something that's negative written or said, he doesn't mind talking about it.
Right.
But I would also say sometimes it's not a personal shot at Russ. It's the whole idea of what's going on. And I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I say all that to say I'm with you on that. I don't know if I want the whole shadow of Russell Westbrook hanging over this team as we move forward.
Yeah. It just feels like, again, his career versus where the Kings are going are in two different spots. Agreed. And once this thing went off the rails, it just didn't. I want losing to still sting. And it felt like, and I get it was a weird season, but it did feel like there was no sting towards the end of the season. It was, well, at least they still got this or they still got that. And we get it, the tanking and all of that. But I woke up, and I wasn't in a bad mood, but when it came to having
said it.
Well, when it come to having a Kings conversation, I thought, I really hope that they don't go in this direction. And if they do, it is what it is. We'll figure it out, and I'm sure there is some good that will come from it. But that's just my opinion. I think that roster spot could be used on enter a 23, 24-year-old that may need another shot. That's just how I feel about it. Yeah, that's not, and that might be hate, but that's just how I feel.
Oh, it is.
It is.
No doubt about it.
It is.
I mean, but at least this is the thing. At least you're putting it out there. You're saying it's not, and that's why I'm being very delicate and making sure that we use the proper words in certain instances. Is it's not an attack on Russ. It's not a personal thing with Russ. I think I've heard you say this, and I know I am. I'm more of a Russ fan than most people. I really like Russ. I like the way he plays, albeit you might not like his attitude, but the one thing he gonna do, he gonna show up.
He is.
And he gonna show out.
He is.
And his aggressiveness, to me, has turned people off because of the way we see sports and society now. But in between the lines, dude's a dog.
We know that.
And I love that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But with all that being said, I also understand this dude is bigger. He's one of those guys who's larger than life. You know, he is a superstar.
Yeah.
You might not like it. You might not want to admit it, but he is, especially on the West Coast.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And this is not just a Russ thing. I wouldn't want Victor Oladipo either, to be clear.
Well, Victor's not in the same light, and there's no disrespect to him, but he's not. But I get you. Basically what you're saying is for my roster spot, I don't want any veteran that could be called a mentor or a leader or anything else. Find that in a different way. Find that in a different form. You would rather utilize your space for something a little more younger. Someone a little more younger.
That's it. And if that's hate, then that's hate.
It's hate.
It is. Like I said, Anthony Slater in about 10 minutes. Then we get Marcus Smith of USA Today. That's at 3 p.m.
Shouts out, Mark.
That's right. Excited to have him on. And Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet. That's at 4 o'clock. So we have that for you. The other thing I was thinking about, too, as you throw the Kings into every conversation anyway, right? Well, how about this one? The Mavericks have been hesitant to buy out Klay Thompson due to the strong interest from the Lakers and Heat. That is from Jake Fisher. And, another thing I thought about this morning isn't Klay Thompson the epitome of a Kings move? Like, would it surprise you at all to hear the Kings are in on Klay Thompson? I'm not saying that it's going to happen. Like I just said, sounds like the Lakers are interested. He's got obviously a ton of ties to L.A., and the Heat are interested doing their super team thing. But I would not be surprised, not that it makes sense, don't get me wrong, because it doesn't from a timeline perspective, but I would not be surprised at all if the Kings had a level of interest in Klay Thompson. It just seems like something that they would be interested in for whatever reason.
Man, you got a lot of spew today, bro. Why you hating on Klay?
I'm
What
not
Klay did to you,
I'm
man?
not hating on Klay.
You are.
I'm not hating on
Indirectly,
Klay.
you are.
I don't think Klay is good for the Kings, but it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something. The Kings have checked in. Give me one of those terms, Jay. The Kings find Klay Thompson appealing. The Kings have checked in.
They've done their due diligence on the Klay Thompson home front. No, I get you. But I think Klay is kind of the same form of Westbrook.
Yeah.
Like maybe on a smaller level as far as attitude-wise, because he's more, easygoing.
Yeah.
But to me, same thing. If he comes here, it's, oh, man, Klay Thompson's playing here. Now he may, in most people's eyes, have a little more than Westbrook still left.
Yeah.
But stop hating on Klay too, bro.
Look, man, if they wanted to bring Klay in,
Perfect number 2.
I'd like to see. I'd be interested in seeing
and
it.
he would mentor.
But no, see, now get out. Now go. Now you got to go. But I can't. I can't switch up here, Jay. If I don't want Westbrook and I don't want Oladipo, I can't want Klay either. It's the same guys. What's Klay? 33? Maybe older than that.
Should be a little older than that.
I can't do it. Klay
34
is 36. He's my age.
Oh, yeah.
We're both 1990. Nah, sorry, Klay. You got to keep it paid. LA's beautiful.
Boy, I tell you.
Miami's beautiful, Klay.
You hating on everybody today.
I'm not hating on everybody today.
No Russ, no Klay. Who else you don't want?
If you my age, you stay off the team.
Who else you don't want? Give
Whoever
me another
else
name.
is close to my age. If you over 30, stay out the club and stay off the Kings. Those are the rules. You 30, out the club, off the Kings.
Man, there are plenty of places on this earth where the age of 30 should be in the club.
Okay. Depends on the club.
Absolutely. Location and everything else. Yeah, come on.
What y'all spinning.
Absolutely.
Right?
And there's always, special occasions too, man.
But that's how I felt yesterday, Jay, because I like Don Tolliver. But I'm looking around and I'm thinking, it does seem like a younger crowd. Now, here's the problem.
Because it was.
But he's 32.
I know.
He's 32. So we in the same vicinity, but the crew the crowd did not reflect an artist that is 32.
Yes, sir.
That was not the case.
Understandable.
But you know what? I still wanted to I still wanted to vibe out.
As you should.
And we vibe.
There's nothing against it, man. I don't know why we have this, these unwritten rules that you can't be 30, 40, 50 in the club and all that. Like what? So there's no club in the world that a 50-year-old should be in?
No, they are.
Okay. It's okay. It's about what you're doing in the club. What's the reason behind it? It's the same thing as Russ Westbrook. Like, Westbrook deserves to be on somebody's team, but there needs to be a good reason why. Are they close to a championship? Is he a mentor? Like, there needs to be some things behind it, right? He doesn't belong on every roster. A 50-year-old doesn't belong in everybody's club.
Well, the same way, these music festivals, right?
Okay.
Now, I don't know, Lollapalooza. Yeah. I don't know if I need to be at Lollapalooza, but I can be, outside lands, I can do outside lands.
Why, man?
Bottle Rock, I can do Bottle Rock.
What's the difference?
They're different types of music festivals. All right. Bottle Rock laid back in Napa. What's the hip hop music festival? Jay, I went to that hip hop music festival. No, there's the big one, and they have multiple of them. Okay, and Rolling Loud.
Oh, Rolling Loud.
Jay, I went to Rolling Loud probably 6 years ago. I was too old then.
Which one? LA?
They had a random one in San Jose one year.
They did.
And me and my buddy went, and I was probably 27 at that time, and I was too old then, Jay. Rolling Loud, I'm done.
What?
But Bottle Rock is all good.
So what you telling me is
Russ needs him a Bottle Rock. The Kings need to be more of a Rolling Loud, a Lollapalooza. Russ needs to be at Bottle Rock.
Man, I can't believe you, man.
We don't need Russ at Lollapalooza. Even outside lands.
You need him at Bottle Rock.
Nah, you need to be at Bottle Rock.
Need him up there with Erykah Badu.
Exactly.
All right, I got you.
Jimmy Butler on stage. Cooking with Bobby Flay. That's where you need to be, Russ. That's where you need to be. When we return, Anthony Slater joins us. He put out a really good article on ESPN.com, and he's going to break down a lot of what he had to say. So stay locked in right here. Drive Guys will be right back.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Wednesday. We're looking at hazy sunshine for the Sacramento Valley and temperatures peaking in the upper 90s for the afternoon. Delta breeze refreshes nicely overnight tonight. That'll drop us back into the upper 50s, low 60s for Thursday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Most golfers practice their swing, but ignore the body swing in the club.
We help golfers move better, get stronger, reduce pain, build power, and play longer. Join us for a free trial week and see how golf-specific training can help you support your body and your game. Try a class, meet the team, and find a right program for your goals. Call 916-802-5175 or visit golffitnesssolutions.com. Golf Fitness Solutions. Move better, feel better, play better.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Gold Rush Classic, where the stars and guitars shine. The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament featuring $1 million hole-in-one, skins game, draft party, and a concert by the Cripple Creek Band, raising money for Scott Pollard's Pearls of Life, Make-A-Wish, and other children's charities. August 6th and 7th in Rancho Murrieta. Play golf with celebrities like Jackson or our own Greg Vaughn. The Gold Rush Classic is sponsored by the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, your frontline medical providers, and Snowline Health for over 46 years. We've been a trusted provider.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
As promised, covers the Warriors and the NBA at large for ESPN. I know Anthony Slater always busy, so we appreciate you taking the time, man. Last time I saw you randomly, we were headed to a wedding, right? We were headed to Mexico for a wedding, and you were traveling for the NBA playoffs, and you were joking me because I think you were headed to Minnesota as we were headed to the sunshine. How you been, my guy?
Well, it was cold then. Although, actually Minnesota in the playoffs, this is my second straight year doing a lot of Wolves playoff games. It's nice. I went to a Twins game, sat outside, so Minnesota wasn't bad.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate the Kings article, of course. There's been a lot of talk floating around. Not a lot of movement, but, of course, a lot of talk. So let's start here. A lot of your article, which you can find on ESPN.com, a lot of your article is about Domantas Sabonis. And I've kind of compared Sabonis, and I mean, honestly, same thing happened with Zach LaVine and Malik Monk last season, to a garage sale where, things are out. People aren't really walking by. People aren't really interested. And at some point, Anthony, you just decide to keep the toaster oven or whatever it is. Are they done trying to move Domantas Sabonis for now and focusing on the season, or is it still kind of an open conversation with whoever's willing to listen?
Well, whoever's willing to call, right?
Yeah.
Scott Perry's phone lines are open. I think that's one of the things I've learned, being around him now for into his second season. Like, he's got connections across the league, and he talks plenty, and he's been pretty transparent and open even with his players, his veterans, that he'll explore. But he's also been given, I think, a pretty patient mandate of being able to rebuild this thing properly. And there, besides obviously having to cut DeRozan to, just for financial reasons, I think he's been given a freedom to not make a panic move because of a financial reason, or you just got to get this guy off the roster now because this or this. It's LaVine is a good example. I know we can get more into Sabonis, but like LaVine, you could there's value to just letting the contract flush out. It's, this is a weird comparison, but like it's what the Lakers did with LeBron's contract, right? They just let it run out, got a ton of cap space then, and went and utilized that cap space. Like if they just let LaVine's contract run out, sure, you don't get any type of trade package back, but if the trade packages you had been offered for a couple of years aren't appealing, maybe it's just the cap space is the appealing part of it. And Zach LaVine, the player, to a degree this year, and then we can get a little bit more into the Sabonis one, because the Sabonis, I think there was more of a chance and remains more of a chance to maybe get an asset, but they clearly haven't, seen a deal, to strike yet.
If you were to guess, just, hey, Anthony, yes or no, Domantas Sabonis will finish the season with the Kings. You just had to guess right now. Would you say yes or no whether or not he finishes the season with the Kings?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I think the biggest question was, will he start the season? And it's become clear that the answer to that is yes, right? Obviously there was what I think was a pipe dream of the Jalen Duren, Scott Perry meets with Jalen and there, an idea of like a double sign and trade or, however you want to call it, that gets Sabonis in Detroit. That was nixed very quickly by the Pistons. I do think had the Hornets tried to lean into the LaMelo Ball era, there was a decent chance that a deal with the Hornets could have been done, but they leaned out of the LaMelo Ball era, right? They went young. They went asset hunting themselves, and to me that took an obvious suitor off the market. If Sabonis, number one, Sabonis got to get back and show his knees healthy, right? This guy did have a partially torn meniscus last year. He had to get surgery. He's got to come in, be productive. He still has 2 years left on his deal, but I think by the time you get to the deadline, generally you usually have a few desperate teams around the league. Last year, those teams went hunting. Washington, for example, went and got Trae Young and Anthony Davis. I think Washington would have been a Sabonis potential destination had they not done Davis. Utah got Jaren Jackson. Yeah. I think there'll be teams out there that could be interested, but part of being interested is seeing a 20, 10, and 5 assist Domantas Sabonis for the first couple of months.
Anthony, one of the things that you really caught my ear real fast was the very first answer that you just talked about is Scott Perry having the room, the breathing space to do certain things. As we know around here, one of the things that people have talked about ad nauseum is the ownership group stepping in and making basketball decisions and, maybe not being qualified. Are you hearing that Scott Perry has full autonomy or as close as possible?
Yeah, I'd say as close as possible in Sacramento. And I think part of that is the steering, the taking control of the steering wheel at the end of the Monty McNair era, I think we can all say didn't go that well, right? I think the LaVine trade in retrospect was a mistake. The frantic nature of the Mike Brown firing and, what they ended up obviously getting for Fox, and that has to do with LaVine. But, they turned the franchise over to Perry, and part of that was like you couldn't just say, hey, come, it's a quick fix here, come do it, quickly. Like he needs to be given time to kind of flush the situation out and then rebuild it in the way that he wants. I think we can all see what he's doing with the younger layer of the roster and some of the draft picks, and the Acuff draft pick is pretty massive for him, I think, over the long term. But if you are going to green light this type of build, you have to give it space and time. And does that mean he'll always have that type of autonomy? I think the clock runs out at points, but the way it is being done signals that, Scott's really kind of been given space.
Talking to Anthony Slater, covers the NBA for ESPN. Anthony, what are you hearing about Russell Westbrook and Victor Oladipo? I just spent a segment saying that I don't want it to happen. I don't get it. I'm not hearing about mentors for everybody that was drafted in front of Darius Acuff or even some of the guys behind him. What are you hearing about Westbrook and Oladipo and the Kings' level of interest?
Well, I'd say two things, right? We're talking about 15th type roster spot, deep roster minimum. Those two are among those under consideration. I think, Russell Westbrook is still exploring all of his options, I think, in season 19. So I'm not even sure he would accept, that roster spot at this point. Who knows? But also, from a Westbrook perspective, they still need backcourt help. And he was productive last year. Now, again, it would be a different type of role. What did he start, 55 games, something like that last year? That's not necessarily available in the Darius Acuff world. But he has the type of mindset and seriousness and disciplined professional approach that, clearly Scott Perry he likes, and that's part of why he brought him in to kind of jolt their culture with that type of energy last year. And I do think I can understand seeing that, hey, if Russell Westbrook was in the right mindset to play that type of role, I could see it very much benefiting Acuff. And then as far as Oladipo goes, I mean, he's a guy that, Scott has a, relationship with in the past. He's trying to get himself back to the league, obviously one-time All-Star. It would be a flyer for sure. I mean, we're talking about back end of the roster, very flexible, very much a bargain. So while they're big names, I actually don't think it matters that much in the grander scheme.
Joined by Anthony Slater of ESPN. And, one of the things that I always admire about yourself is you kind of shoot as straight as possible. With that being said, what are you hearing about as far as a DeAndre Hunter here in Sacramento? If you're hearing anything, is he here on a rental status? Is he going to play out the year, or is it something where it's kind of touch and go day to day?
Well, look, Scott Perry likes him. Clearly he wanted to rebuild the roster with longer wings, with positional versatility, and I think that's why we heard a lot of Jonathan Kuminga last year, and because that never came to fruition. The pivot at the deadline was to Hunter, and Hunter's a guy that Perry has liked in the past, and we barely saw him. I don't even know how many games did he play for the Kings last year.
Three, maybe.
Yeah, played 3.
Yeah, so look, if he can get his 3-point shot back to where it was in his best days in Atlanta, and it is high 30s, mid 30s from 3, he should be able to positionally guard the 2, 3, 4 and help early in the season. It's a movable deal. It's one of those puzzle piece deals in the league that really help you get deals done come deadline time. So I don't think there's been any proclamation that he's going to be a Harrison Barnes type king that's here for 6, 7, 8 years. But if he plays well on the wing, he's valued by the GM. I do think he'll get a shot next to Keegan Murray early in the season as they try to have some type of defensive lineups out there.
Last one for you, and you alluded to it when you said the names. I get joked out here because I talk about Jonathan Kuminga a lot. Now, help me out here talking to Anthony Slater, ESPN. If you were to tell me or anybody in Sacramento that you were going to have Jonathan Kuminga available to you, you're going to end up with the 7th overall pick, so you didn't get lucky and get a top 3 pick, anything like that, and you ended up moving on from DeMar DeRozan, and nobody is outbidding you for Jonathan Kuminga. The level of interest, you would have expected the Kings to be all over that. What happened with that? Is it the Acuff thing? They're focused on Acuff. The whole idea was, we're going to meet with Jonathan Kuminga, so when he's available, we'll have that rapport, we'll have a relationship. Well, all those things happened, Anthony Slater, and it seems like the Kings aren't interested anymore.
Well, they don't have the financial flexibility, which is the problem. And DeAndre Hunter, we mentioned earlier, he kind of got that salary slot, the Kuminga salary slot, the 20-ish million, the one that he would have been easier to trade for than sign outright in unrestricted free agency. Or the other thing is you could do a sign and trade, but that costs an asset. And I think at this point, Scott Perry's not trying to, fling out future draft assets. He was more willing to add one to Malik Monk last year in the, Warriors conversations, but has not shown a willingness. And I probably agree with him to any type of future Kings first right now should probably be protected by Scott Perry. And to your question, they keep calling on Kuminga to a degree. I mean, a minimum is all they can offer. I do think that they've maintained that relationship still knowing that, hey, come next year, Levine's contract's off the books. I think there's a decent chance, depending on what Kuminga signs this year, maybe if he signs a short-term deal, he jumps back in free agency, depending on what type of year he has, depending on what the Kings want to do. I wouldn't be surprised if with more financial flexibility next summer, they revisit conversations with Jonathan Kuminga. But as of now, just considering their situation and considering what Kuminga still wants, it's just not a fit.
You hear that, Jay? You hear? They're still calling. They're still calling. You just made my day, Anthony.
And being a great reporter like he is, but as soon as he hangs up, he gonna text you and tell you the real.
Well, let me tell you, they're calling, but they're not. It's not with any type of lucrative offer that would lure him.
Yeah.
At this moment, and that tells you plenty about like how serious they are about the phone calls. Again, this is what we started the interview with. Scott Perry makes phone calls.
Yes,
he does.
He does.
So.
He does. All right. Well, Anthony Slater, thank you so much for joining us, man. I never asked. You don't golf, do you? Do you golf?
I do.
Okay, we got to get out there. We got to get out there.
Let me know.
I did not know that you got down. So let's get out there and have a good time, man. Thanks for the time as always.
All right. Well, this is my best golfing time of the year, the next month and a half.
Let me put something in with the missus, okay? Let me put in my request, my PTO request, and we'll get on out there.
All right, fellas.
All right, thank you again. Anthony Slater, ESPN. Go check out his piece on Sabonis and the Kings on ESPN.com. When we return, let's break down what Anthony had to say. Scott Perry making calls. He got 2 phones like Kevin Gates. More Drive Guys. Don't move.
This is Sactown, baby!
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Facebook at facebook.com/Sactown Sports. To keep tabs on the Kings, 49ers, UC Davis, and the entire Sactown Sports lineup all season long. Facebook.com/Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
Airport attire. The dress police are suddenly all worked up about how we dress in the airport. The problem isn't how some dress in the airport, it's how some act in the airport. Well, I guess I might concede people who look scuzzy might be scuzzy. That could be true anywhere. Many have decided they can dress casual and be comfortable when squeezed into a tiny space in a metal tube and hurtled through the air at hundreds of miles per hour. I'm with that group. While I'm working as a tour director much of the time when I'm flying, which means I can't wear my pajamas, I really don't care if you do. I care that all your important body parts are covered, that things are clean, which includes you and whatever you're wearing. Oh, and I care that you aren't carrying stinky food to eat on the plane.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler, Saturdays at 11 a.m., right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Wands at the ready, baseball fans. It's Harry Potter night with the Sacramento Rivercats on Saturday, August 22nd at Sutter Health Park. Step into a night of magical fun, themed excitement, and Rivercats baseball. Don't miss the magic. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action, but please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Thank you again. Thank you again to Anthony Slater. Great stuff. And oh my goodness, the Kings are making calls. Still have that rapport with Jonathan Kuminga, but the money is just not going to be enough. Right? Or at least it doesn't seem to be enough. But if you think it's over, it's never over. Certain things with the Kings are just never going to be over. Russell Westbrook, it's never going to be over. At least I don't believe it's ever going to be over.
Don't say that.
If he signs.
But what if he retires?
That's the only time.
Then it's over.
Hey, Russell Westbrook is contemplating coming out of retirement to mentor.
See, now you're falling in the same pits of other NBA media who are just, it's the King. And you said it yesterday, 2 days ago. The Kings will always be mentioned with anybody because that's the King.
That's right.
That's down and, downtrodden. That's
right.
not true. Scott Perry is changing the game. You heard your boy Tone tell you.
Look, man.
He just told you, man.
I hear you. So that's never going to end. And Jonathan Kuminga, what'd you hear, Anthony Slater? Yeah. What if he signs a short-term deal, 1-year deal?
No, that may never end.
That means he's a free agent next season, and the Kings will have money. They will have money next season. So if you think it's over, Allen, it's finally over with Kuminga. Oh, don't laugh. Not so fast, my friend.
Nah, that one, because he's young. Scott Perry's here for another, 4 years?
Yeah.
3 years? And on top of that, they like each other. Like, Scott Perry likes Kuminga in some form or fashion. And then maybe B.J. Armstrong. I don't know the affinity for Kuminga, who has it over in those offices. But, yeah, I'm with you. That may play on for the next 10 years. It may be 10 years down the road, Allen, and Kuminga's played for 4 different teams or 2 other teams. And Scott Perry may be long gone. But he may be a confidant. He may be someone, a contributor or something here for a consultant for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, he's like, Kuminga's only 29.
Yeah, he's not 30
He's
yet.
in his prime.
That's right.
Go get him.
So, Anthony Slater had a ton to say. On the Sabonis front, I don't think there was anything too surprising there. I do think the one thing that a lot of us didn't think about in a way that we should have is the health piece of it, right? And that should make you feel good for whenever the Kings are rocking and rolling, and if they do decide that they want to continue to put Domantas Sabonis on the market, because I would say a fairly big reason, or one of the reasons that Domantas Sabonis is still on the Kings, is because he wasn't healthy. And we can downplay certain injuries. Well, it wasn't an ACL or it wasn't an Achilles, anything like that. But he only got on the court about a month ago. He only got back on the court about a month ago. So a lot of these teams, they're not going to trade for somebody if they don't know how healthy they are. So that was something that I don't think the I don't think the public at large, a lot of these conversations happened and, okay, well, Sabonis isn't playing, Levine's not playing. Yeah, they're injured, but it's more about the tank or whatever it is. No, the dude was really hurt and got the surgery and only got back on the court about a month ago. So it's hard to trade for somebody like that. So, Anthony Slater says, you got to find out that this dude or realize that this dude is healthy. You got to see him play. You got to see him play well. You got to see him play at a high level. And if he does those things, which we're fairly confident that he'll do, some teams might come a-calling. So if there were teams interested in the midst of a pretty brutal season for Domantas Sabonis, at least injury-wise, you would think that there would be teams interested again. So I think you should feel positive about the Kings. You should feel positive. And I thought he said it great, Jay, the idea of Zach LaVine, just his contract going away is also a move. Because, and he used LeBron as an example, the ability, now they gave up a ton of picks, but that's how the Lakers were able to sign Walker Kessler in that sign and trade, because they just had the cap space. Now they had to give up a bunch of draft capital, which I don't think the Kings would do, but it allows you to do things like that. If they wanted Peyton Watson, if this was next year, they could go get Peyton Watson, and they would have to give up draft capital, but they could go get him with the cap space that they would have once DeAndre Hunter and Zach LaVine are off the books. So that in itself is a move, even if Zach LaVine and DeAndre Hunter don't get traded.
Addition by subtraction, my brother.
There you go.
I think that's the big thing. I've always said, prior to you jumping on the show, I said this summer that we're currently in and the next trade deadline and the summer after that, we'll really get a good understanding of what the Kings are trying to do. I always looked at the DeMar coming off the books. I kind of looked at it and said, well, DeMar's probably going to be done after that, after a couple of years, because he's going to want to go somewhere and play out, maybe hunt for a championship. And all his right to do so. And then you look at it, you got 1 year, like you said, on Zach LaVine. Now, this was prior to even DeAndre Hunter getting here. But you got two contracts that's worth, $65 million? Yeah. Because DeAndre's sitting on 24 and 23, 24, and you got Zach at 49. So, we're rounding up. You're talking about 65. That's a lot of coin, brother. Now, in the NBA, that's one superstar at this point. But you might be able to bust that down and get two good, solid players. Now, it may not be a superstar. You may have to go get a young fellow who may develop and turn into one, or get someone, at the 40 million range who's kind of still on the old deal. But I'm with you. Addition by subtraction. My plan is this year, trade deadline, next summer, we need to really see what's cooking for the Kings.
Yeah. And on top of that, maybe they still get lucky. Whether they end up in relegation or not, that doesn't mean you can't get a pick. Your odds are just less. But maybe on top of all that, Jay, think about it like this, Kings fans. I don't know, it's a positive. I started out being a hater in the first segment. So as we head into the second hour of the show, how about some positivity? The Kings, they could have a cuff, they could have a ton of money coming off the books, and they could have a top 3 pick. They could. All those things could happen in the matter of one NBA season, and you get some growth. And on top of that, Domantas Sabonis, somebody might be interested in him. Maybe you get something back for Zach LaVine. So I don't want to say, and I would never say this because these would be someone's last words, that the worst is over with. So I'm not going to say that, but I can say that you can see the light when you're in the tunnel and you start to squint. And in the Bay, you got the Caldecott Tunnel. You can squint and see. You ever hold your breath? You just used to do that, Jay, when you were a kid.
24.
Hold your breath throughout the whole, while you're in the whole tunnel. Yeah. So that was the game that we used to play. You can start to see the light at the end of the tunnel, the Caldecott Tunnel, little bit.
I'll give you one last positive on top of it is just the same way we're talking about 1 year left on the deal. Come next year, this time, you'll have Domas 1 year left on the deal and Malik 1 year left on the deal. So now they are a little more, interchangeable throughout the league. So I always said this season, this offseason was the beginning of the change for the Kings. Now, you had to go through the last 2 seasons when I said that, but
We almost there.
You getting close.
We almost there.
Young Styles are being TK.
Be up to my shoulder already at that point. Marcus Smith of USA Today joins us, and we're going around the NorCal world. Kings, Niners, Giants, the whole shebang-a-bang when we return. Drive Guys rolls on, 3 p.m. coming up.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The one and only Monster Jam. See the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more. Only at Monster Jam. Brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Visit MorganMonsterJam.com to save 25% on ticket face value, courtesy of Morgan & Morgan. Visit website for restrictions and details. Coming to Golden One Center August 15th and 16th.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the new Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
Wanna rock your body, body.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
We are rolling on through, and the Guest Fest is a bit of a Guest Fest here on a beautiful Wednesday on the Drive, guys. Once again, a shout out to Anthony Slater who joined us. Jay got the Don Tolliver rolling on. Got to go to that show yesterday. It was a fun time. And the Guest Fest rolls on with my guy, Marcus D. Smith, NorCal sports reporter for USA Today Sports. Marcus, thank you so much for joining us, man. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday, man. Happy hump day, Alan. What's going on, my guy, Jay, man? I appreciate you guys having me on today, man. I really appreciate it.
Well, look, I'm glad that you had the time because there's a lot going on all throughout Northern California. I know you think we're going to start with some Kings, but I wanted to actually start with a piece that you did that had you the talk of Giants Twitter. And I think that was last week, your piece on the Giants that mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee and this marketing thing. Now, look, man, we know what it is, right? They do Jung-Hoo Lee giveaways and people going crazy. He packs out the place, and he's a dang good baseball player, okay? He's had a really good season, but the idea of him being untouchable and it getting out that marketing is involved, that is not going to make Giants fans happy, especially in a season like this. Trade deadline has since passed, and Jung-Hoo Lee still on the team. 2 home runs, I think 2 nights ago in 1 game. So give us your thoughts and what you heard on the Jung-Hoo Lee marketing untouchable angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I said and reported in my story. I mean, so first off, USA Today Sports baseball columnist Bob Nightingale, he reported that that Jung-Hoo Lee was at first going to be was on the trade rumors, and then they switched gears and went from Lee to Heliot Ramos, who we saw go to the Yankees. But regarding Lee, man, what I've been hearing is that they wanted to get rid of him, but just kind of rethinking some of the things that he brings to the Bay Area. When you go to Oracle Park, I mean, it's the first thing you see is that number 51 jersey everywhere you go, right? Yeah. And you just mentioned it, Alan. I mean, they have so many promotion games, so many promotion days just centered around Jung-Hoo Lee, whether it's his jersey giveaway, whether it's what is it?
Bobblehead.
The API month, right? There are so many things that I mean, if we're just calling a spade, right? As far as marketability and promotion wise, there's so many things that Jung-Hoo Lee can really fold into the Giants brass. So I was just kind of doing my snooping around, right, and kind of seeing what's out there, and that was one of the things I was reported was that the Giants might be looking to kind of retract some of their feelings on Jung-Hoo Lee being traded, just due to what he brings to the organization as far as all the dollars go, all the butts in the seats and things like that. Now, the on-field production, that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
that's a different conversation in itself, and we can get all into that. But just from what I've been hearing, though, just from what I reported, a lot of them keeping Lee has a lot to do with just what he brings outside of the game of baseball, beyond the diamond.
Hey, Marcus, one of the things that we have a great conversation about on this show, and you're really diving back into Northern California sports and putting your footprint out there. Just want to get your take on it. Alan believes the Giants are a top 5 brand in baseball, where me and Whitey have consistently argued they may not even be a top 10 brand no longer in baseball, but just someone who's familiar and moving around Northern California and also having, connections to a national periodical like USA Today. What's your thoughts on the Giants brand right now as a whole?
Man, the Giants brand, it's so funny because you guys are both right in a sense, right? So, Alan, you're definitely right. I mean, when you look at around Northern California, like, you can't go anywhere without seeing an SF hat. You can't go anywhere without seeing Giants gear.
That's a Niner hat, Mark.
That's not no Niner hat.
The orange and black, the black and orange SF hat. Let me put that out there.
That's a River Cats hat.
Specifically. No, but seriously, though, I mean, Giants gear, Giants hats, jerseys, you name it. I mean, you can't go anywhere without seeing that. And then as far as nationally wise, I mean, they just had a guy that was enshrined into Cooperstown in Jeff Kent. So I think from that standpoint alone, is definitely a national gravitation to the Giants. But I think Allen's more so right as far as that national bid goes, and here's why. I think when you look at the Giants as far as their valuation, their estimated value, they're one of the top teams in the league. I mean, there you have the Dodgers, of course, who they can just pay anybody and everybody. You have the Yankees, and then I want to say, honest, I mean, somewhere I'm pretty sure somewhere in there are the Red Sox, but I want to say the Giants have to be top 3, top 4 as far as evaluation goes, and I think that alone has to put them on the precipice of being one of the kind of marketed teams as far as national appeal goes. It's just unfortunate that the wins don't kind of match that, and I think that's kind of where this kind of argument goes to whether the Giants are, this one of the premier teams in baseball versus are they a bottom feeder? I mean, and guys know how it is in sports, right? I mean, people gravitate to winning.
Yeah.
Your team's going to make money when they're winning. Butts are going to be in the seats, tickets are being sold, apparel is being sold, right? So all of that has to go into the equation. And it's just unfortunately right now, and kind of how it's been in the last decade, the Giants just haven't been a promising franchise as far as wins go.
Talking to Marcus D. Smith, covers all NorCal sports for USA Today. All right, let's take a trip into Kingsville, Marcus. What were your thoughts on Darius Acuff, the Kings, I guess, making lemonade out of lemons with that 7th overall pick? What did you think what he did in Summer League? And, yeah, right now, a lot of the rumors and reports with Westbrook and Oladipo. Just give us your overall thoughts on the Kings right now.
Man, my overall thoughts on the Kings, I mean, there's not too many thoughts just because it's just off season. It's just Summer League. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just came from a 22-win season. So we're going to pump the brakes right now. But as far as the optimism goes, everything that you want to see from a team that just came from 22 wins and had a lottery pick, the vibes are up, the energy is up. Everything that I wanted to see in Darius Acuff, I saw someone that is aggressive, that can command a team, that's a playmaker. And honestly, guys had been really underrating his defense as if he's just this cone out there on that end. I mean, I think he's 6'2", so he's not the biggest guy. So obviously there's going to be some deficiencies there, but the guy tries. I mean, like the effort is there. And I think when you are that size, a lot of what you can and can't do is going to be predicated off effort. And Acuff showed that. And it's a team game, especially on defensive end. We've seen time and time again, guys that are hit on defense or, find the favorable matchup so they don't get exploited. I just think overall, I think Acuff is going to be just fine. Some of the things that I really, really liked was just his assertiveness. The guy was not afraid to take shots, to make shots, and not just take shots, take a bunch of shots. I think when you're 19 years old, just coming into the league, there's kind of this passiveness, right? Where, you may not want to step on other folks' toes because he's playing with some of the second-year guys like Dylan Cardwell, Nick Clifford, Maxime Reynaud, right? He's playing with fellow rookies who are older than him, like Emmanuel Sharp, right? And so I think sometimes when you're in that position, there could be, this thought, I don't want to step on anybody, so I just want to come in and do the right thing per se. But he came in and really just commanded. It's like he understood. I think the presence of mind for him to understand where this team's at and what's being asked of him, he answered that call. He wasn't a guy that's coming out here and I'm going to take 8 shots all game or 10, 15 shots. He said, no, they came out to see me. They want to see what I can do as a leader of this team, as a scorer, as a facilitator. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out and jack up 20, 25 shots. And if you have something to say, well, get your Twitter words off, because it is what it is. And the most important thing, though, the reason why I really did appreciate his aggressiveness is because that's what Summer League is for. It's for to get the jitters out, get that nervousness out, kind of understand what your tendencies are, your do's and don'ts, kind of just really getting acclimated into the league. This is the time to make mistakes. And so, I mean, as high as praise that I have for Darius Acuff, he wasn't exactly perfect, but that's fine because that's exactly what this summer league was for.
Hey, Mark, one of the things we've been talking about, it feels like everybody's been talking about here in surrounding areas of Sacramento. Where do you fall on bringing back Russ versus not bringing back Russ? Are you on the field of, Russ should have a spot here, and he's bigger, larger than life. He can be a mentor to Darius Acuff. Or are you kind of on the flip side of like, you know what, love him from afar, like a distant relative, got nothing but love for him, but I'd rather see him do something else at another place?
Oh man, I was high on Russ when they drafted him last year. I thought it was crazy that you had a Hall of Famer coming off the bench for, with all due respect, Dennis Schroeder. I mean, when he finally got the starting job, it was like, finally, what have we been doing? I mean, if I'm speaking like, for Kings fans, right? But it's like, what have you guys been doing? Just having him come off the bench and in his role. Luckily, Russ being the guy that he is, he came in and whatever role was handed to him, he accepted it and he excelled. Coming off the bench, he was, he led that second unit. And eventually it was like, you know what? He might fit better than Dennis Schroeder. I mean, obviously Dennis Schroeder was injured, then he had the suspension and all these other things that kind of also, allowed Russ to get that starting spot. But I think when you just talk about play style and, a pure battle, point guard battle, Russ won the battle. So from that standpoint alone, I was excited all year long. I think, when you have something or not too much to cheer for, again, the 22 win team, not much to cheer for. Russ was in a lot of ways something that fans could cheer for, something that the young guns, I know I mentioned their names earlier, Max, Neek, Dylan, someone that they could look up to and get pointed for. And of course, along with Debo and Zach and Malik Monk, but just specifically talking about Russ right now, I thought he was perfect for the team and how he just embraced his role as a veteran, as a mentor. Because one of the things that folks are saying is you don't have that in the NBA. Like, where are all the veterans? I mean, I don't want to show my age or anything. I mean, all of us, we don't want to show our age, but there was a time in the NBA when we came up watching where it's like we knew the guy that had 17, 18 years experience was on the team for one reason. He's buried at the bench, but he's there to serve as a mentor for the young guns, for the young guys, whether it's how to be a professional, whether it's how to score, whether it's, tidbits about this player or this team, whatever the case may be. That's what has been missing in the NBA. And so to answer your question about Russ coming back, I'm all for it. I'm all in. And when you talk about a guy, that did what he did last year in the role as a mentor, as a veteran leader, and then a guy that still comes in and produces, I might watch the numbers, but I think 15, 7 and 7, 15 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. And correct me down down the way if I'm wrong on those numbers, but I know for sure 15 points. And he averaged almost and he shot almost 34% from three, like the highest that he shot in almost a decade, I want to say. Yep. Like Russ had a really solid year with the Kings, given all consideration. I mean, he wasn't signed until preseason last year, right? So I'm gonna assume it's gonna be the same thing for this year if he does find a team. And I think selfishly, I'm hoping it is with the Kings. When you talk about things that he brought last year and what the Kings talk about as far as building a culture, building continuity, what Doug and Scott Perry say about the 6 pillars, you want someone who has been there, done that with the team, right? And showed that. And to me, if they're true to everything that they're talking about, the obvious move would be to bring in Russ. Now, I know Scott said things about him outplaying the minimum contract, or not the minimum, but the veteran contract, and things like that. And we don't know if he'd have a place on the team because of that. I think that's just kind of like what you have to say. I think if in between the lines, what Scott was saying is if Russ wants to be in Sacramento, the Kings would gladly have him in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So I think it's really just a rusting. Now, that's not intel or anything. This is just me speculating, trying to read between the lines here. So I want to just put that out there. But yeah, I think if if it's on Russ, then that's kind of what it is. But I think if it's on the Kings, yeah, they would be smart to bring in Russ. And I haven't even got to the main point why I bring in Russ, right? I mean, you're talking about a former MVP, right? A guy that was a leader of this team, whether he was the second option in the early years with KD, whether he was the main option once KD left for Golden State. But this is a guy in Russell Westbrook that has done it, that has played every position in the NBA. He's come off the bench. He's been the 1B guy. He's been the 1A guy. He's a multi-time All-Star. He's an MVP. I mean, when you talk about someone mentoring your number 7 pick, a guy that you're throwing the keys to the franchise, everything that Russ has done, and from his 17, 18 years in the league, about to be 19 years in the league, to even just considering what he did in his 18th year with the Kings, like, he checks all the boxes for somebody that you want mentoring Darius A. Cup. If that's who it's all about, if it's about who we're going to get to mentor this guy, the guy that we're investing in, to me, Westbrook makes all the sense in the world. I mean, there's reports saying that Victor Oladipo is in the running too, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I love VO, man, and I wish him well in his career, because, man, that guy's a talent, and it's been too long since we've seen him. But I just think for the direction that the Kings are going and everything that they've said, especially Scott Perry, especially Doug Christie, I think the obvious choice is Russell Westbrook.
Talking to Marcus D. Smith, NorCal sports reporter, USA Today Sports. Well, Marcus, you just stepped on the first hour of the show where I said I did not want Russell Westbrook back. But all the things that you're saying, it does make sense. I mean, the MVP aspect, I guess I didn't even think about it like that. I'm getting all caught up on the playing time and all that. But Russ has really done it all in the league, and he can show A-Cuff and the other rookies for that matter, and even the second-year guys kind of show them the way. You're kind of swaying me, Marcus, but I don't think I'm there quite yet. Let's close with the Niners. I look, man, they're running out of paper. You know, they said save the trees for the paper. Marcus, you shouldn't even try to print out the injuries, because you'd be wasting trees at this point for the Niners. The list is getting ridiculous for the injuries at training camp. We ain't talking electrical substation. They got a Twitter now, and the account is going crazy on Twitter. Should the Niners just shut down training camp and said, we'll see y'all in Australia? What's going on with them?
That's so funny, because I saw the new electric substation Twitter page too. I got a kick out of that. I'm like, oh man, this is what we're going to be talking about all year long.
Yes.
I'm ready. I'm geared up. It's funny. Their offensive line coach, their assistant offensive head coach, Chris Forrester, he said something very intriguing today. Let me pull it up so I don't butcher his quote, or part of his quote, which was pretty much saying that they're injured because they're actually working hard. You know, he said something along the lines of this. Let me get you this. He says, it seems like we're very healthy. I mean, we have injuries. We have dings and bumps and bruises, and guys are missing practice. It's yet to come up, and anything I've heard doesn't mean it hasn't been discussed regarding if they're going to be healthy enough for joint practices later on. But he said this, which was interesting. He said, if you're practicing football hard, he said, no, let me get this right. He said, threes are hard to stay healthy through the course of training camp. So going down to first, second, third string, right? He said, if you're practicing football hard. So he pretty much said, if you're practicing hard, guys are going to get hurt.
Right.
It's part of the game. I wrote a story the other day that came out just addressing the Niners injuries. And that was like my first line. That was like my lead was, for those who don't know, all the electromagnetic substation theorists out there, that football is an aggressively physical sport.
Yeah.
And guys get hurt playing football. That's kind of stats, right? That's kind of a no-brainer. And so what the coach says was like, obviously, like alluding to that, it's like, if you're playing hard, you're going to get hurt. He says if you're not practicing hard, you can get through camp easily without injuries, a couple muscles here and there. But if you're practicing hitting, contact style of football, whatever it is, essentially guys are going to be hurt. So should they shut down training camp? No, you got to be ready, right? You got to get out there. I've even thought about this to myself. I'm like, well, you guys are kind of hurt a lot. Like, should you like ease up the intensity, like just to kind of salvage players? But then he went on to say this, and this is kind of what like eased my mind about it. He's pretty much saying that, guys get hurt, and this is him really focused on the receiver room, because they have like up to 5 now. Yeah, 5 receivers are injured of like 20 people, 20 players on the team, and that's after today's practice. So yeah, they're a really injured team, about 20%. But what Coach Forrester was saying was pretty much that, not all injuries are the same. A lot of people like to overreact when they hear injuries, thinking like it's a Ricky Pearsall injury where he's out for the season. Like some injuries are just, it's like I said, it's football. Some injuries are just quick dings, just little bruises here and there. He ultimately said, I don't want to get to his whole quote, but in a synopsis, what he said was, don't overreact to the injuries that come out. Because here's the thing, if there was a game this Sunday, 9 out of 10, those guys that are on the injured list, they'd be playing.
Right.
And so that was enough for me. I heard that. I'm like, okay, that's enough for me. I'm not thinking that like, oh, Mike Evans has a bone bruise here, he's going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season, right? So I think him speaking to media, kind of addressing that, really should ease the minds of Niner fans, the Niner faithful out there that are looking at this year like, oh man, we've already got 20 injuries. And every year since going back to 2020, we can probably point to an injury to why the season didn't end the way it should have, or, their championships hopes slipped away. So I think when it comes to the Niners right now, I think it's still early. It's only August 5th. You got a month before Melbourne in Australia. And, there were reports that came out that said the Niners are going to be in Australia for a full week, getting acclimated to the jet lag, to the time change and things like that. Whereas the Rams, they're in and out. They're flying the day before, they're playing that Sunday, Monday, one of the two, and then they're out the next day. So that's going to be something that's interesting to keep eyes on, as we draw closer to week 1 of this football season. But no, overall, just from what I've read, from what I've reported at this point, it's just a lot of knick-knack injuries, and that's just the nature of the game of football. Nothing to worry about.
Everybody's a little dinged up, and that's just kind of a part of the deal. But, it's a running joke now with the substation and everything, so people are going to have their fun with it. Well, that was fun. Marcus D. Smith, USA Today Sports. Go check out all of his work on USA Today. Great follow on X, on Twitter as well, so be sure to find him there. Marcus, thank you so much for joining us, man. Try to stay cool, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon.
Appreciate y'all boys, man. Till next time. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Thank you. Marcus D. Smith, USA Today Sports, going kind of around the globe as far as NorCal sports is concerned. And look, to stick with the Niners, it is a running joke at this point, and people love to just mention all of the different nicks and bruises. But you got Nick Bosa, who's sore, Odigizua, who's sore, Dre Greenlaw's sore, Kyle Juszczyk, broken finger, Mike Evans, quad, Jacob Cowing, hip flexor, DeJon Stribling, hamstring, Kalon Black, adductor, Brent Toth, undisclosed, Christian Kirk, calf, Carver Willis, undisclosed, Malik Mustafa, hamstring, Michael Williams, knee, Isaac Guerrero, pec. I mean, this is crazy, Jay.
Man, there's some tenderloin going on out there right now, brother. Let me tell you, it's real tender.
Jordan James, ribs.
Yeah, man. But you know how it goes, brother. We've been on the We've been on the field. We've had Hell Week. We know what it is to come in shape. We know what it is to report out of shape. And you look around and you see a bunch of guys, sometimes you get on that line and you look down that line and you see the other 40 guys and you're like, I already know somebody out here about to go too hard.
Oh, yeah.
Not pace themselves, want to be Rambo, look good in front of coach. And, that hammy going to be sore manana, where I'm okay coming out in that second to third. I'm good coming in kind of that back half.
Like the vets.
Yeah.
You know
what I mean?
I'll see y'all in week 2.
Man, I learned it very quick, man. And maybe organically or naturally, my body just told me, man, they don't need to be out here trying to be Alan Styles or run 5 miles in 11 minutes. Something I'd heard of before.
Yeah, nobody needs to do all that. There is a Kings player that we're not talking about enough. And that's going to change when we return. We'll tell you who it is and why we should be talking about him more. More Drive, guys. Don't move.
This is Sactown, baby! Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Facebook at Facebook.com/Sactown Sports to keep tabs on the Kings, 49ers, UC Davis, and the entire Sactown Sports lineup all season long. Facebook.com/Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Catch the future of San Francisco Giants baseball right here in Sacramento with the Sacramento Rivercats at Sutter Health Park. See tomorrow's stars take the field today and be part of the big league journey. Get your Rivercats baseball tickets now at rivercats.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Thanks again to Marcus D. Smith of USA Today Sports. Our guest fest continues with Jack Dan of the State Hornet. That's coming up in about 30 minutes. We're going to talk some Sac State football, Sac State basketball, and of course get into some Kings as well. But the player I was talking about, as far as someone we don't talk about enough, and that should change, and I think will change, is DeAndre Hunter. DeAndre Hunter, for his career, he's 28 years old, from Philly, shout out Philly, on that national championship team with University of Virginia. I mean, the guy was the 4th overall pick in 2019. Like I said, he's about to turn 29 in December. He's got a couple months left. I'm not trying to age him. So he's 28 years old. All right, 6'7", supposed to be your prototypical 3-and-D guy. And for his career, he's played in 372 games. It's been 7 years since he joined the NBA. 14.7 points per game, 4.1 rebounds per game, 1.6 assists per game, 44.7 from the field, 36.4% from three, 82% from the free throw line. And last season, he was at 30.5% from three, which is terrible. But, you know, he's moving around a lot, not playing, injured. A lot of stuff was going on there. You look at what he did in 2025. In 2025, he shot 40% from three. 40% from three, 39% with the Hawks, and then 42% with Cleveland. 6.1 threes a game. That's high volume. 40% from three. That was last season. So he's bounced around a lot here because he was traded in 2025, and that was when I was very interested in him for the Kings. That was before the Kings, blew everything up and made the moves that they made. And then, again, traded in 2026. So he's been on the move a little bit. In 2024 with the Hawks, 38% from three, 5.3s a game. And I think at this point he might have been starting. 35% in 2023, 37% in 2022. So, this is a guy, and in 2025, he was 4th in Sixth Man of the Year voting. This is a guy that I definitely think is being undervalued. Obviously, it didn't work out with the Cavs. The Cavs, I should say this, though. For a small market team, and maybe they don't fully operate like a small market team because they were blessed with LeBron, so it just kind of raised their cachet a little bit. But for a small market team, the Cavs are always taking some type of swing. They're always doing something. Everybody thought Donovan Mitchell was going to leave. They may have overpaid him twice, but they've convinced Donovan Mitchell to stay. And you know what? Going back to the small market conversation, Donovan Mitchell may not be I don't think he's a top 10 player in the league. But when you are a Cleveland or you are one of these smaller market teams, maybe that's the type of guy that you have to pay. Maybe, just maybe, that's the type of guy that you have to pay to stay in the playoff conversation. I don't know that I would have done it, but maybe that's why they felt like they should do it and why they decided to do it. So DeAndre Hunter, to me, I don't know if he is going to, I believe he's going to start. That would be my guess. And he's a guy where if he gets off to a hot start, you could definitely see a team coming to get him because he's at $24.9 million, so essentially $25 million, and he's expiring. Now, the Kings, they might want to hold on to him if it looks good. They might want to hold on to him and try to re-sign him at the end of the season, try to extend him, whatever the case may be. Or if he's balling out and a team needs three-point shooting and he returns back to that 36%, or if he returns back to 2025 and is shooting 40% on 6 attempts, that's somebody that a lot of people would be interested in. Now, I know the conversation about his defense, oh, well, he's supposed to be a 3-and-D guy, and he may not necessarily be that in the traditional sense, or his defense isn't good enough. We had those 3-and-D tiers that we read off a couple weeks ago, and he wasn't a top-tier guy, and I think it was because his defense isn't good enough, or I think he might have been in the category of neither thing was good enough. But on paper and what he's done, if he can get the three-point shooting right, I think that his defense will be good enough. And that's a guy who, we have some time here before we go straight X factors and things like that. But that's a guy that I think is not really on the radar. A lot of times we forget to even bring him up. But if he starts out hot and there's a team out there that needs shooting, or, needs a wing, needs length, and that's what's hot these days, you could definitely see the Kings getting something back for DeAndre Hunter. I don't know if it would be a protected first. I don't know. It really depends on how well he's playing. Maybe it's a young talent back in return, something like that, because you do have to match the contracts there. So you never know what could happen. But that's a guy that I think not enough people are talking about. And you know what? I don't even blame anybody because he didn't play. What, he played 3 games with the Kings? So kind of out of sight, out of mind type of deal. He played, and I'm giving him too many games. He played 2. He played 2 games with the Kings. That's it. Before he had the eye injury and, didn't end up getting back on the floor. So 2 games with the Kings, you make the trade. Keon Ellis, we tried to will a first rounder in the Keon Ellis conversation. That didn't end up happening. And you get back DeAndre Hunter right smack dab in the middle of his prime. And if he can return to form, that 2024-2025 was a really good season for him. And in that season, that's when he shot the 40, it was 42% from 3 on 5.2 a game. The season prior to that is when he was at 38%, he was at 38% the season after that. So I don't know. I think that is kind of one of the X factors that is exciting. It could be exciting for the Kings. So 2 seasons ago, when the Cavs traded for him, he was balling out, and he was sitting at 17 points per game. That's when he was 4th in 6th Man of the Year voting, and when he shot 40% from 3 on 6.1 attempts. If that guy shows up, DeAndre Hunter is probably not finishing the season on the Kings, and for good reason, because that means the Kings probably got something back for him. But we have to see what ends up happening and where exactly this thing could go. As we mentioned, Anthony Slater put out an article on the Kings, and there was conversations about Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, and we have those cliff notes for you if you missed it on the other side. More Drive, guys, coming up.
This is Sactown, baby!
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Facebook at facebook.com/Sactown Sports to keep tabs on the Kings, 49ers, UC Davis, and the entire Sactown Sports lineup all season long. Facebook.com/Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples, all at no cost or obligation to you.
With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento.
So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Ben Hogan said, good golf starts with a good grip. It's true. If the golf club isn't in a square position after you grip it, you'll have to do something in the swing to manipulate it back to square. Otherwise, you're hitting big slices or duck hooks. Then you start gripping the club tighter, and that tension runs through the hands, up the arms, and into the shoulders. You're done before you even take the club back. 9 times out of 10, when I make a small adjustment in a friend's grip, the ball flight is much closer to straight or even a slight draw. You want to hold the club more in the fingers than in the palm, which allows your wrist to better hinge. The lifeline on your right hand will cover the thumb on your left. In this position, you'll see the top 2 knuckles on the back of your left hand, and the V created by the thumbs and forefingers should be parallel and point to your right shoulder. Grip pressure should be about 4 or 5 on a scale of 10. The correct grip is incredibly important, and if you're having issues, see your PGA golf professional. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Jack Dan of the State Hornet joins us at the top of the hour in 15 minutes. Okay, Jay, well, let's hash this out, though. Because you and Whitey got on me because I said bottom of the hour.
Yes, sir.
For a 45 segment. Now I just call them the 45 segment.
I got you.
And you and Whitey got on me because you said the 30, when you hit the 30-minute, whether it's 2:30, 3:30, that's the bottom of the hour.
It is.
Right? So what do you call the 45 segment?
The 45 segment.
But it's deeper in the bottom of the hour than 30.
Yo, I didn't set the rules. I'm just the messenger. Yeah, I've been in the game for a while now, and I've always been taught the bottom of the hour is the 30.
Okay. All right.
Now,
I'm going to leave it to you.
No, don't leave it to me. I just said I didn't set the rules. I'm just the messenger, bro. I'm the bridge. I'm the Carquinus. I'm the causeway.
Right.
I'm just bridging the gap for you as you continue your success in the radio and television game, this industry. I've always taught the bottom of an hour is 30.
Okay.
I don't know what the 45 is. The quarter? No. Sounds crazy.
No, that doesn't sound
It's
right.
45. It's the last segment of the hour. How
Right.
about that?
That's what it is. By the way, you know, I decided to give myself a little midweek treat.
Okay.
So I popped over there to Taco 65.
Okay.
And Taco 65, in my opinion, got the best burrito in Sacramento. That's just my opinion. I never got over the Super Taco. The times didn't really align during World Cup when Christopher Laud was doing that. But I got Taco 65 top dog right now.
As the top burrito spot?
In my opinion.
That's saying a lot, man. Because I would venture to say this, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
You've been in Sac for how long, big dog?
Yeah, about 3 years.
3 years.
3 of them things.
All right, I'm going to tell you this. You're living in the Thomas. And I say this to my wife all the time, dog. You could pick a street in Sacramento, a major thoroughfare, and eat on that street probably for a year without ever even touching all the restaurants.
Sure.
All right. So with that being said, burritos, tacos, burgers, those type of things, it's kind of to the eye of the beholder.
Right.
Right?
No,
now,
I'm with you.
If that's your favorite, then go hard for it.
Yeah.
Respect it.
Right.
But I'm here to tell you there's probably some burritos that's tap dancing on them right now.
You might be right.
You just haven't had the opportunity to indulge.
Sure.
That's all.
Sure. Yeah. But that's what I got right now.
That's it.
And I don't have, I'm not, it is what it is. But one time I got DoorDash and Taco 65. It is a smaller
mom and pop joint.
Yes, right. It's smaller. And when I did the DoorDash, this was a couple months ago, it kept getting canceled, and I didn't know what was going on. Long story short, I guess it was really crowded in there. So the DoorDash people, they didn't know where to park, and they kept canceling it, and it kept getting picked up, like when it happens with Uber.
Yeah.
So that happened a ton of times. So, Jay, I drive over today. By the way, I had to go on 99, which I hate. When is that going to happen? You talk about that type of stuff, Jay.
Yeah.
And baby Sal's going to go into TK or pre-K. she gonna be going to prom before 99 is finished.
We talk about 50? 50 in there?
50.
Yeah.
I can't stand 50. Every time Waze tells me go 50, I try to find a different way.
Look, man, 50 has been getting work. When I left for college, that was 2001, family, August, okay? A couple weeks before 9/11. I hadn't moved back to Sacramento until 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, so I've been in the Thomas almost 5 years. It's 4 or 5, something like that. I hadn't moved back to Sac. When I was done with baseball and I moved to LA, that was 07, 07, 08. 07. They were working on 50. I just came back 4 or 5 years ago, and they still working on 50.
I don't know what they're doing.
So that tells you how long they've been pushing 50, almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a Mike Epps guy at all?
Yeah.
I'm huge Mike Epps guy, right? Mike Epps has a joke where he's talking about the wall being built between United States and Mexico.
Right.
Have you seen that joke? Where he was like, man, African Americans going to be working on that wall for 15, 20 years. And they go get their little cousin on, and they go get their nephew and their son on. That's how long 50 been rocking, bro. It's people that's probably getting their younger relatives on as workers at Caltrans or whoever the heck's got the contract for Highway 50 at this point, man.
I know somebody listening out there that is helping and working on 50. 916-339-1140. What the hell are you doing? Just tell us what the hell's the plan.
They've been creating so many different lanes on 50 for the last 20 years. Now we getting ready to have to pay toll probably, toll lane.
It's crazy.
I don't even know, man.
I see 50 pop up on Google Maps or Waze, and I'm automatically in a bad mood.
So you had to jump on 50 because it's off of Broadway, Taco 65.
Yeah. So then I
you
get
there.
Off
of 15th?
No, not 15.
Would you get off the next one?
Yeah, I think so. And I get there, and I'm thinking it's going to be this bleep show, and it's going to be so hard because I'm thinking back to the DoorDashers.
Yep.
They kept canceling and all this jazz. Jay, it's a small parking area. But, you park on the street next to some houses.
Yeah.
I'm mad at the DoorDashers from 2 months ago. What took y'all so long? Just park on the street. It's fine.
Because it's hard. Sometimes it get a little difficult.
It's hard. Just park and chill there.
Man, man. Easier said than done, brother. Because Taco 65 is off 65th Street, right?
Right.
So as I'm sitting here thinking, you got off on 65th Street probably. 65th made a right, blast down to Broadway. It's right there on the corner. Yeah, so, yeah, you had to go through everything. 59th, you had to go past 34th. Yeah, you had to slide down the 99.
No midweek treat. And now, I heard, all right, we talking Kings, it's Westbrook and Oladipo. Let me get a midweek treat, power through, get the midweek treat, got to get on 50. Now I'm in a bad mood again.
Well, that's why it's just, nothing against Taco 65. That's probably why you need to find you another establishment a little closer.
Yeah. Brandon Deitzman says, B. Deitz, I am not a nervous driver at all. Used to drive in New York City all the time. Yep. 99 has some horrible vibes.
Oh, it does, man. Dude, I mean, it is seriously like you slide down 50, and depending on timing, nighttime,
No, it's cooked.
Oh, man. And don't even get me started about you sliding down, like you coming from the Bay.
Yeah.
And I take 80 on the backside, like going to Reno, because we're back in the Thomas. I'm back over that way. And you coming through, and the exit is closed.
Yep.
Don't even get me started about that.
Del Paso. Now you got to get on Del Paso.
No, sometimes you got to shoot by the 80, get off on Harbor.
Yeah.
Slide, it's like, come down, Reed, double back around,
Jay,
go 5.
It's 10 o'clock on a Saturday.
I know, man.
Why? That's what people are driving.
Yeah.
I can see if it's 2 a.m. It's 10 p.m. on a Saturday, and you got it closed. What are we talking about?
Which is another thing. Real quick, Alan, why are we talking about it? If you're listening, you're listening to the show, fellas, gals, girls, and guys, and you're part of Caltrans or a movement, construction, whatever you're doing up and down on the freeway right now, please pick up the phone, 916-339-1140. I would like to know, and maybe we can get a supervisor to call in or somebody to scheduler, HR. I don't know who's making the schedule. Why do you have the most going on during high traffic time?
Yes.
Why can't you shut down some stuff at 2, 3, 4 in the morning? I know you might have to pay, night differential or something, but you got it.
You got it.
Because you've been working on 50 for 20 years.
Yeah, we know you got it.
Why is it that you have to do all the work at 3 p.m.?
I don't get it. It's 3 p.m. on a Friday. This seems like a great time. Not much going on here.
0.
3-day weekend. Nobody's headed up to Tahoe.
At all.
Let's fire it up.
Come on, man. Albeit, and they do it just the wildest even more. They'll do it where there's like aftershock or something going on.
Right.
Like Country in the Park is going on. The State Fair is going on.
This is a perfect time.
And you know what? 2 p.m., Cal Expo, Country in the Park tomorrow. Doesn't matter. Shut it down. Now you got to go all the way down to Marconi.
Yep.
Just to turn back all the way around. Like, come on, man.
Who's scheduling? Who's doing these schedules? We need to know.
Somebody.
You like annoying us? What is it? All right, Caltrans, whoever it is, call in and we'll figure it out, all right? 916-339-1140. When we return, Jack Dan, managing editor of the State Hornet, joins us to talk a little bit Sac State football, Sac State basketball. And Jack Dan was not huge on the A-Cup draft pick. Has he come around to enjoy DA5? Is he seeing the vision quite yet? More Drive, guys, coming up.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get as loud as you can for Monster Jam! The one and only Monster Jam. Packed with stunts, smiles, and jaw-dropping skills. See the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks. Like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more. Only at Monster Jam. Coming to Golden One Center August 15th and 16th. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Morgan & Morgan. Specially priced Saturday night tickets available.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Wands at the ready, baseball fans. It's Harry Potter night with the Sacramento Rivercats on Saturday, August 22nd at Sutter Health Park. Step into a night of magical fun, themed excitement, and Rivercats baseball. Don't miss the magic. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
As we hit the 4 o'clock hour, the Guest Fest rolls on. We've had some great guests throughout the show so far, and that ain't going to stop because Jack Dan joins us, managing editor for the State Hornet, to talk a little bit Sac State, Sacramento Kings as well. Jack, thank you so much for joining us, man. Happy Wednesday.
Thanks for having me, Alan. I really appreciate it, as always.
So let's start here, Jack, getting ready for a historic season. Sac State joining the MAC. How are they looking? Is it going to be a rough season for Sac State? Could they actually surprise some people? I haven't seen what the win total is, but could there be a bowl conversation in year one? How's Sac State looking this go-round?
That's certainly the goal for Coach Carter. I mean, he has no end of confidence. The win totals are not high. There's not a lot of high projections for this team, but I think that they have a unique advantage against all these other teams in the MAC where they're new. They're going to be able to throw new, it's Carter's first year. It's a bunch of guys who are new to the FBS. While yes, they're inexperienced, and it's their first rodeo for a lot of them, they're going to be able to show teams something that they haven't seen before. They're going to be the mystery team. They're going to be the team that everyone's going to have to really lock in on. It's the first time seeing Sac State for almost all of these programs. There's a lot of talented players on this roster. I think they can make a splash. I think a bowl game in their first season would be a massive accomplishment. I wouldn't set the bar at that, in terms of what a successful season would be. But, you know, a solid 4, 5, 6 wins would be a great season for them in this first year.
Talking to Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet. Jack, you know, when the Sac State Hornets, when they were rocking and rolling last season in football, you know, they had that specific offense they were running. Is there a calling card with this team? Is it, you know, is there anything that people would recognize, or is it all just brand new?
It's not all brand new. And if you have been locked into Sac State football for a while, you'll see the quarterback Carson Conklin and remember him from 2 years ago when he was ripping up the FCS. Last year, he moved away from the program when Brennan Marion came in and was at Fresno State. He looked good over there. He started 3 games for them. He had some really big moments. But the year prior, he was a, you know, FCS player. Like, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the conference. 30 touchdowns, 3,000 yards. He was amazing for Sac State. He's someone that the fans are going to be really familiar with. And from last year's team, Jamar Curtis, who looks great in the beginning of the season, suffered an injury and missed a lot of the second half. He'll be back, and he's going to be the bell cow back of this offense. I mean, he's going to be on the field for most of their plays. I would imagine he's a 3-down guy. This is a team that there's going to be some familiar faces, but a lot of guys that fans are going to need to learn about.
Yeah, that go-go offense, that's what they had going on last season. Real quick, let's get to just some basketball. I know there were all the big names, Mike Bibby, and you had Shaq. I don't know if Shaq is still involved with the team. I know it's a little bit early, but basketball will be here before you know it. How's the basketball team looking? I don't know if you'd call last season a letdown, but yeah, it felt like there was a lot of talk as far as, you know, Mikey Williams and those guys. Does it look like they might be a little bit better this go round?
I don't think you're wrong in saying that last year was a bit of a letdown. I mean, it was a lot of big names. Obviously, Mike Bibby is a huge name here in Sacramento. Mikey Williams, one of the more famous college basketball players in the world, really. They were terrible on the road. That's just the reality. They didn't win a game on the road. They didn't win a game outside of Sacramento. I don't think that that's going to happen this season. This is, at least in my opinion, one of the better teams in the Big West. They have 3 guards, Mikey Williams, Larry Hughes, and Marcus Wilson, who are among the 3 best guards in the entire conference. They're going to run 3 guards in their starting lineup. And last season, they struggled a lot with size. They really only had Bear Cherry as their established center. And then when he got hurt 5-6 games into the season, they had to lean on a 6'6" center, or 6'6" freshman center, Mark Lavernov, as their only big man for the rest of the season. It was really rough. They've brought in a ton of height. They've brought in multiple guys who are 6'10", 6'11", who are going to be able to bolster a 3-guard lineup of Wilson, Hughes, and Williams, who are going to score as many points as, you know, they're going to score the most points in the conference. They're going to be one of the better offensive teams in the conference. If they can figure out how to figure out a way to make a 3-guard defensive lineup work, they're going to be really good. I think they'll be in the top half of the conference for sure. I think they're a dark horse to win it all.
Talking to Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet, but he's also one of the biggest names on Kings Twitter. I'd put you up there, Jack. A lot of people, a lot of people very, they hang on to your every word. And I know you have a specific type of player. I've been following you for a while. Feels like you have a specific type of player that you like, and you like the wings, you like length, you like defense. And I say all this, Jack, because when it came out that the Kings were very, very interested in Darius Acuff, I know it maybe took you a little bit to figure out how you felt about all that. How are you now, Jack, as we have been through Summer League and seen him play a little bit? Do you feel better about the pick at all?
I mean, it would be disingenuous if I said that I completely am going to change my opinion based on some Summer League play. Right. But what I've always said about Acuff is true, is that he's unbelievably fun to watch. I got to go to California Classic games. He is a joy to play.
I think you muted, Jack. Jack, did we get you back? Oh, no. We were rolling. We were about to talk Acuff. We'll see if we can get Jack back. Great stuff from Jack Dan, managing editor of the State Hornets. So we'll see if we can get him back. We were about to talk Acuff. He was already talking some Sac State stuff, and yeah, seems like it's going to be a good season for the football team, and they could surprise some people. Just a dark horse season in general for football and basketball. So great stuff from Jack Dan. We'll see if we can.
Well, let me say this to you. Bad job by you, first of all, because the biggest question with Sac State right now is quarterback. It's quarterback.
But I asked him about the
quarterback.
quarterback.
You ain't asked about no quarterback.
I did ask him about the quarterback.
I didn't hear one question say, yo, you talked about the offense. No. He put the quarterback conversation.
Yeah, he brought in he brought up the quarterback from Fresno State. I led him there.
No, man.
I led him there.
Bad job by you, Alan.
him.
There's 5 quarterbacks. Jack's trying to reconnect. Mm-hmm. There's 5 quarterbacks right now.
Yeah.
That is over there battling for the position.
Yeah.
Conklin has like the end right now.
Yeah.
But there's a few guys like Charmin, and there's some guys there that are battling, baby.
Yeah, but Jack said it's we know where it is.
No, he talked about last year and see. Oh, here we go, man.
No. He said this year.
No, he talked about because you talked about the offense, man. You talked about the offense.
Yeah, I'm saying give us a high level conversation. That's what it is.
Let's see, Jack. Can you hear us? Nothing from Jack. Let me see if we can hear you. You take it away, and you talk about the quarterback position at Sac State that you didn't ask about.
There's 5 quarterbacks right now.
Atta boy.
Okay, and they're battling it out.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to see if the cream rises to the top.
And they're all from L.A. area.
They're all from the L.A. area.
There you go. I'm throwing you some food. Here you go.
NorCal, SoCal love, right? That's what it's all about, coming together. By the way, 916 says, try the taco truck on 65th and Stockton at Shell Station. Best burrito. They get cooked with mini onions on the side as well. That's from Ken from South Sac. Jack, we got you back?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but you got me back.
No, it's all. Well, I don't know, Jack. I mentioned Acuff and you just go haywire. I know you weren't a fan, but I don't know if that's what it was.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi started hearing me say something positive, and then it kicked me out of there, right?
There you go. But we were talking to Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet, and one of the biggest names on Kings social media, if you will. And you were talking about how Acuff, even though on paper, the defense is question marks and things like that, but when you got to see him play at the Cali Classic, the bottom line is that he's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and ultimately, regardless of my criticisms about him and defense, the franchise got what I think their goal should have been in that draft, which is figuring out a guy who can be their North Star, who can be the guy that they can build their franchise around going forward. Now, maybe that's not the guy that I would have wanted to do that with, but it's someone that you can do it with. It's someone that is the boat-carrying offensive player that is viable to have at the NBA level. I think as long as the Kings really take their time and do their due diligence in surrounding him with defensive players, I think it's something that could really work. It's just, as I've said a bunch of times, Acuff is the hard road. Building around a guy who's a North Star that can also play a little bit of defense makes things a little bit easier for you. But when it's a guy like Acuff who's defensively challenged, I think is a fair way to put it, it makes it difficult. Everything else on that roster has to be defensively oriented. And, guys like Sabonis are going to help him out on offense, but certainly going to hurt him on defense.
Talking to Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet. So there have been some conversations, and I saw your take on that last roster spot, Victor Oladipo or Russ. What are your thoughts there, and what would you do with the last roster spot?
I mean, I'm always someone who values youth and versatility, and that's not exactly what you're getting from Victor Oladipo or Russ. As fun as both those guys are, having Victor Oladipo on your roster is an incredibly fun swing because we've seen what he's done, albeit 6 years ago. But there is like a fun upside there. And obviously last year, Russ was, he had frustrating moments. I think that's fair to say, but was incredibly fun to watch for a lot of the season. I think having a guy like that to mentor Acuff would be my preference if I was given the choice. But I would also really take a hard look at some of these guys that are available as two-way swings. There's, young guys like Trevor Keels comes to mind. Like there are options to find on the on the scrap heap. I don't want to call them scrap heap. On like the bargain bin for the NBA players. There's guys, talented dudes who just rip it up in the G League, rip it up in Summer League, and just don't really find a home. And the Sacramento Kings in this rebuild period, I think, should be maximizing finding guys like that and giving them a home, giving them a chance to see what they can do. Because the Kings really, this is a house money season. There's not really any expectations put on the Kings. But the win total is 21 games? Which is
21 and a half. Yeah.
That's low. So, this is a year where you can just take risks. You can take swings on guys like Trevor Keels. And I would be inclined to use as many roster spots as possible on guys like that.
Where did you fall? There's been some conversation about what the Kings did with their second draft picks, right? Obviously, you went Acuff, but then going Caravan, who's a little bit older, and you traded up for Caravan, passed over Koa Pete, guys like that. Obviously, Malik Thomas had a really good summer league, and then they go with Emmanuel Sharp. Where do you fall as far as the Kings going with those older vets? Is that something you would have done, or would you have maybe, if you're going to trade back into the first, just go ahead and take that swing on a 19, 20-year-old Koa Pete and go from there? What did you think about getting those older players later in the draft?
Maybe not what I would have done, but it certainly makes sense. Like, I do see the vision with Scott Perry. It's like, all right, we've got this young Acuff guy who we're going to build this entire franchise around. Let's get him a couple guys that know how to win. That's Emmanuel Sharp, Alex Caravan, say what you want about their games. Those guys have won for the last 4 years of college basketball. Houston and UConn, those are two of the most successful programs. If anyone, I think the idea there is like, let's bring in guys who understand how to build a winning culture and plug them in. Now, Sharp, awesome pick. That guy is a great defender, great shooter. That's the exact kind of guy you want to pair with Darius Acuff. But Caravan is interesting. Caravan, the shooting is incredible with him. I think at UConn, you really saw moments where his shooting opened up the game for them a lot. But you do have to wonder where his place is on the floor for the Sacramento Kings, because at a certain point you can't have that many non-defenders on a roster. If you've got Acuff, you've got Maxime Renaud, who's your guy. He was your found money last year. You've got Alex Caravan. You're trying to get him in there. That's 3 guys who can't really defend. You've got Levine still in the mix. You've got Domantas Sabonis still in the mix. That's 5 guys. That list starts getting pretty high, and it gets, again, the Kings don't really need to do anything this year. They're not trying to make a playoff spot. They're not trying to make the play-in. But there's something to be said about creating an environment for your guy, for Darius Acuff, that isn't innately negative, right? You want to have an environment for him to grow. Flowers grow when they get watered, right? And I think that's what should be, it's just something that should be monitored. Is how is Doug Christie? It's going to be a huge struggle for him. Is how is he going to navigate and juggle those kind of guys in a rotation?
Talking to Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet. Now, Jack, this is a question about the point guard situation, but I think it's really a question just about Nick Clifford and how he kind of nets out. What do you think the Kings should do? I know we brought up Russell Westbrook, but do you think the Kings can survive a team that's only supposed to win 21 and a half games anyway? But do you think they can survive the backup point guard minutes with Malik Monk, some combination of that, Nick Clifford, and Emmanuel Sharp? And like I said, it's kind of more of a Nick Clifford conversation with how Emmanuel Sharp played. Nick Clifford looked he didn't know where he fit on that summer league team. I don't think he knows where he's at in the hierarchy. Is the Nick Clifford point guard conversation more so about the Kings just trying to figure out, okay, what's his thing going to be in the league?
Yeah, I did kind of get a similar sense with Nick Clifford in summer league. That was what I was really hoping for him to take that opportunity and really like grab it and say like, I was a first round pick last year. This is my sophomore season. In the summer league, I should be dominating. And I didn't really see that as much. But I think I did see some of the things that the Kings drafted him to do. Colorado State, one of the most appealing things about him is he was like this pass dribble shoot guy. He could really handle the ball as an off ball guard. And I think that is really where he's going to need to show his value for Sacramento. If he wants to really stay in the rotation, because I think that's the conversation we have to have with him at this point. He was good down the stretch last year, struggled in summer league, struggled at the beginning of the season. He's going to need to find that kind of playmaking role because, with a guy like Malik Monk as the backup option, he's obviously a great playmaker, but you need a guy who can defend to playmake besides Acuff, and that's not going to be Monk. So if Clifford's going to have a path to get on the floor because of his defense, but but whether he's going to be able to keep that rotational spot is going to come down to his passing.
Jack Dan, managing editor for the State Hornet. Jack, thank you so much. Before we get you out of here, when we disconnected for a hot second, Jay was getting on me for not asking about the quarterback situation at Sac State. So there's 5 dudes battling it out. Who's got the inside track? Could it be somebody that we don't expect, or is everything going to net out, I guess, the way that we'd expect?
Yeah, I mean, it's a quarterback competition, but I don't really think it's much of one. Carson Conklin is going to be the starter. I don't really have any doubt about that. I think that was true day one of camp. I think it was true back in the spring game. There are some talented arms behind him, guys that I could certainly see having some kind of an impact if Carson gets hurt at some point, or maybe Carter wants a different look in certain types of like play styles. Jalen Patterson is probably going to be quarterback 2 or 3. He has insane wheels. He runs like a wide receiver. It's pretty wild to see him get out of the pocket and run. And Jackson Sharman, who was a backup last year at Idaho State, he's got a big arm. So they do have other options behind him, but Carson Conklin is 100% the starter. It's evident in practice. It's evident in how Coach Carter talks about him. He's going to be the guy.
There you have it. Jack, thank you so much for joining us, for taking the time. Go check out all of Jack's work on the State Hornet. Also, give him a follow on X. He is a great follow. Jack Dan, for all your Sac State and Kings conversations. Jack, thank you so much, man. Let's do this again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Great stuff, as always, from Jack Dan. And I told you, Jay, we were going to get to the conversation, organically. Right? We were going to get there organically.
Yeah, that boy. Good job. Great job, man.
Somehow, some way.
According to you had already done it.
What did he say, or who did he say?
Look, Conklin.
Yeah,
Conklin is the leading man at the moment.
Conklin is the leading man.
Yeah.
And I really like
your Belinda.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I really like talking to Jack because he is kind of the found money dude. He has a lot of players that maybe don't get talked about a lot. He likes when the Kings go after guys like that. And I think he might have been big on the Mobo signing. When the Raptors moved on from Mobo, he was on it, and then the Kings ended up going to get him, and he was very excited about that. I'm looking at this Trevor Keels.
Sounds like an Allen type of guy.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I see
it's
why
all my
you
guys
like
this week.
Get along here, brother.
Oh, yeah, it's all my guys this week. As Whitey's enjoying his much-deserved time off. Trevor Keels, a 6'3" shooting guard who's about to turn 23 later in the month. He's 22 years old. His career, he's only played in 11 games. He played for the Knicks in 2023, did not play in 2024, and then bounced around, played 8 games, like I said, in 2026 for the Miami Heat. So the Miami Heat gave him an opportunity. I guess, it says shooting guard here, but clearly Jack thinks that there might be something there. He's got a whole list. We didn't end up getting to it, but he's always got a whole list of different players that are kind of hanging around that maybe the Kings should take some flyers on, and I think we would both agree that we would prefer them to do that than go in the direction of, and like I said, I wasn't even in on the Hazonia thing. So this is not a Westbrook, Oladipo. This is none of that. I didn't want them to get Hazonia, right? That's where I've been with this the whole time.
Yeah.
That's just where I've been with this the whole time. So great stuff from Jack. Go check out all of his work. He does a solid job for the State Hornet.
All right.
That was the other thing too, Jay. What have you heard about Sac State and Shaq? Because his son graduated.
Yes.
So I don't know if he's still, hanging around now that his son is gone.
Yeah, I haven't. I'll say this. He's a figure, still in the back pocket of Sac State, right?
Yeah.
And from what I know, and my sources aren't as tight as they should be, but he still has some affiliation of what's going to happen with Sac State.
Okay.
And I think that was the conversation also moving forward from last year is, this is not just a 1-year, one-off thing.
Right.
Now, it may not be as in front and center, but, it's kind of like this. You pick up the phone and you call somebody, maybe at your old station or, or tune in or wherever you used to work at. And if you see something that they may be able to help, pick up the phone and you make a phone call for them, right? And so I think that's the situation. That's as far as I know. I can't speak on everything as far as like his, how much weight he's pulling over there and if he's really locked in as the GM.
I don't know how much a lot of these guys are doing, to be honest with you.
It's the face.
It's the face, and, that brings in money and things like that.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, his music festival. When we were talking about guys that are older, but their demo is younger, I'll never forget, we went to the State Fair last year. Not on purpose.
Okay.
We went to the State Fair last year, and
it was at Cal Expo.
I'm seeing these outfits.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking these are very interesting outfits for the State Fair. I did not expect people to be dressed like this for the State Fair, and it turns out we went the same day as Shaq's music festival, which is kind of a rave, EDM type music. Yep. So younger people, that's kind of a younger person's game, if you will. And I was very confused, Jay. And then I saw the big Shaq poster. Yeah. And they had it popping out there. What was it? It was at Heart Health Park, I think, is where it was at. And he had it popping though. And so I don't know if he's doing that again. I have no clue.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything as far as this year here, but he always does All-Star Weekend, and then he normally does like the Shaq Fun Circus or whatever the heck it is during Super Bowl as well, right? He has like 2-3 days where he's throwing a bunch of stuff in the Super Bowl city the city that's hosting the Super Bowl. But yes, he is like Snoop. He is like guys like that who have transformed it to being a DJ.
Yeah.
They're getting that money as a DJ. Pauly D, baby. G-Unit, stand up.
The whole crew, man. Lil Jon, he went from producer to DJ.
Vice versa.
Well, he's DJing now, I feel like.
Yeah, but he was a DJ years ago, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so he kind of boomeranged back to it. Because I don't think he's really producing
music
he
is.
like that.
Absolutely is.
Lil Jon?
Yeah, bro. Yes.
Still producing music?
Absolutely. What do you mean you don't think he's still producing?
I haven't heard anything.
That's because you're not looking in the proper places. Lil Jon has branched off a lot outside of R&B, and hip hop rap. Right?
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of other stuff now.
Okay.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I just saw him do. Oh man, I just saw him. Was it Yellow Beezy? Somebody's got a brand new song. He's in it.
Right.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, no doubt, man. But this is the thing. If you ever have an opportunity, and maybe we'll run it by the boss man and see if we'll get a Lil Jon on, the huge
I'm
name.
in.
Yeah, of course. But these days we got to run it by powers that be. But he would tell you that is the lane. I've had an opportunity to talk to him, and he was one of the first that I can remember that took the lane of spring break DJ, spring break MC, and man.
Yeah.
As being in part of that music industry and people calling me to book him, man, that number was crazy.
See?
Compared to Lil Jon in Las Vegas.
Right.
Going down to San Pedro Island or Tulum and stuff. Oh, man.
See, man, I'm going to do that.
That number was crazy.
Spring break sports takes. Anybody want that? I'll go down Cabo.
No.
You can hear me straight up on the island, Jay, on the beach. Who doesn't want Kings talk on the beach? With some coconut milk.
They trying to get away from the stress, bro. Not bring.
You trying to drink a Mai Tai. I'm talking about Zach LaVine and a possible buyout. The worst vacation ever.
Have you ever been in that position yet?
No.
Okay. Wait till that happens. I was in Mexico one time, and I'm in the pool with the girlie, and guy comes over. He's like, yo, are you Jay from... I was on another show at the time.
Right.
I'm like, yeah. And man, this was an all-inclusive...
Oh, no.
Location, right? Hotel, resort, whatever you want to call it. And every single time I saw this gentleman, he wanted to talk about sports. Yo, I could care less.
Yeah.
I'm here to get away from it.
Right. Yeah,
man.
Now, it's only happened to me. It's happened in the wild, but a lot of times it'll be while I'm doing river cats or something like that. I think one time at the fair, but nothing egregious.
Gotcha.
Nothing where my brain is turned off right now.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to talk. I want to be, I thank you for listening, but now is not the greatest time. I haven't had that. Most of it's been in the construct of something close enough.
Close, yeah. So
close enough.
Your mind is sharp.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. It's like, yo, have you had this real fast?
Mm-hmm.
Family, friends, they know what you do.
Yeah.
And you go to a family gathering, a barbecue or whatever, a bar mitzvah, could be anything, Kidsiata, whatever you want to go to.
Yeah.
And everybody's asking you about what's going on.
What's going on?
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. Then there's then there is the family member that wants to prove that they know stuff
more.
too.
Yeah, come on.
Hey man, it's not a competition. You probably do know more. I'm not.
I could care less.
You got it.
I could care less.
You got it. On the other side, we spoke with Anthony Slater. He put out an article, and it had some interesting things to say about Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine. We got those Cliff Notes for you. Do we still say Cliff Notes? Is that still a thing? It was back in my day. Drive Guys rolls on. Don't move.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Congressman Kevin Kiley. The most important part of my job is helping the people I represent. That's why I was so honored to receive the National Award for Best Constituent Service. Here's just one of the thousands of people our office has helped.
My name's Dave. I'm a former United States Marine, Vietnam veteran. Because of the fire at the National Archive, my father, along with many other veterans, military records were destroyed. Through the efforts of the Congressman's office, I received very quickly a bronze medallion to affix to my father's grave marker. Thank you, Congressman Kevin Kiley.
As the only independent in the House of Representatives, I always put constituent service first and never ask if someone's a Democrat, Republican, or something else. If you can't get an answer from a federal agency, or if you feel you've been treated unfairly, we are here to help. This is Congressman Kevin Kiley. Visit kiley.house.gov and I'll do everything I can to help you. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 26, Return of the Faithful, ending the playoff drought.
The San Francisco 49ers defeated the New York Giants 38-24 in the NFC Divisional Playoff game on January 3rd of 1982. This victory was part of the 1981 NFL season and acted as a major milestone, propelling the team to the NFC Championship against the Dallas Cowboys. This win broke the 49ers' 7-year playoff drought and was the first of 5 postseason matchups against the Giants in a 10-year span. The return of the faithful was just the beginning of an incredible run for San Francisco when they were ultimately named the team of the 80s, winning 3 Super Bowls.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
This is interesting from Z4X Zaris on the YouTube chat. Aggressively trade up just to play it safe, LOL. And I believe Zaris is talking about the trade up for Alex Caravan. But I would say this to you, Zaris. I wouldn't call that aggressively trading up, right? They didn't give up anything too crazy. They had to give up something, sure. But they didn't. Aggressive to me is what the Timberwolves did to get up there and get Rob Dillingham, right? And then that didn't even work. Right, but they traded up into the top 10, and it didn't even work. So I wouldn't say that the Kings were aggressively traded. I would say this: they did play it safe, though. To your point, I mean, those are the guys. When you look back at this draft, some of those guys that went is Malik Thomas and Koa Pete, and we weren't even, or I wasn't even that high on Koa Pete. But if he's right there, and if you already traded up, it was a little interesting to me. So they got Caravan, 29, and Koa Pete was the last draft of the first round. So Koa Pete went to the Suns. So, in my opinion, again, I wasn't that high on him, but if you're going to trade back in, you could have got somebody maybe a little younger, and then you still could have got your Emmanuel Sharp later in the second round. But hopefully it works out. Don't get me wrong, I like the Caravan pick. I do. But once somebody kind of opened my eyes to the fact that the Kings could have gotten younger and maybe gotten another diamond in the rough, especially because of how good this draft is supposed to be, that has me stuck on it. And we can't do anything about it now, right? They have who they have. And I think what Jack Dan had to say, who joined us from the State Hornet, about getting winners in the building, I do think that's a big shout. Because I felt like even with Khan, I know Khan Kneppel, what he did on the court was a big deal, Jay, but I think just having him in the building, somebody, from Duke, that type of pedigree, obviously you got to ball out. And I know the Kings have obsessed over the Blue Bloods before, but there's a difference between Blue Bloods and winning programs. Like, I don't know if Houston is considered a blue blood yet.
Nah,
that's the conversation we've had about, like, Gonzaga. Like, is Gonzaga a blue blood now? I don't know. They've been around for 2 decades winning, so maybe. But you got Houston, and now you have UConn, who is a blue blood. But more importantly, they are winners, right? You take a dude from Kentucky when Kentucky hasn't been good. Yeah, you got a blue blood, but it's not a winning program right now. They took 2 dudes from winning programs. So I'm not going to bash on them for that at all. But it is fascinating, just the thought of, you could have went and got yourself a 20-year-old Koa Pete if you were going to trade up.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I'm also with Z4 as well. I would like to see a little more oomph in what they were trying to do.
Right.
To trade back in. But, I just take a look back the last couple of years prior, and maybe a little further than that. Let's call 4, 5, 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
We would be, crying for Kings front office to jump back into the first round.
Yeah.
2 years in a row. Like, that's unheard of. So I give Scott Perry a lot of credit, man. I think he's changing some of the narratives around here in Sacramento, albeit we don't know how it's going to work out because we're still in the beginning stages. But he is, for the most part, I think we can all agree he's trying.
Mm-hmm.
He seems and looks to be trying, and not just talking about it. He's actually putting some action behind it.
Yeah, you can't really deny that one. Isaiah Evans is another guy. He went early in the second round. He went 33rd overall, 20-year-old, out of Duke, 6'6" guard. So some of these guys, if we're just talking about bites at the apple, they probably could have taken a couple more bites. And you got Ramsey on the text line saying Gonzaga doesn't have a championship. You have to win a championship to be a blue blood?
Probably so at this point.
Got to get one.
Yeah.
Got to get one. I say it every March.
Or at least put in, 40 years worth of
being around.
Tradition. Yeah.
But on the flip side, Baylor won. They're not a blue blood.
Not a blue. Like, I don't think Michigan is in basketball. I think football. Yeah, I think football they are. Basketball, I still think they're on the outside looking in. They're right as close can be.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe their championship this year put them over the top. But when you really look at basketball, Michigan-wise, you say it 9 times out of 10, people jump straight to what?
Football.
And then if you say, give me Michigan in basketball, what do you think about?
Fab Five.
There you go. There's a lot of talent that's come out of Michigan in the last 30 years, right? And, now they got a championship to show for it. They've been in the finals 2 years prior. Not 2 years, but twice within the last 10 years, losing to Louisville and, of course, getting smoked by Villanova. It was Villanova that smoked them. So,
wasn't that Brunson?
Ooh, was that Brunson in them? That might have been.
Brunson and DiVincenzo and Josh Hart.
I think so, yeah. Because I just remember it was like Mitch McGarry for, Michigan. But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, when you really think about it, are they a blue blood? Like, is Syracuse a blue blood? Basketball?
Probably. Old school, because they haven't done anything.
Yeah, old school blue blood.
But I would say that. I don't think your boys are, though.
They're getting lost. Syracuse is getting lost.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Kyan Anthony, I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't heard about him, which isn't good.
Like, I think it's the the school for me that always showcases it is this. If you were to ask this question in 92, St. John's would be everywhere as a blue blood.
Yeah.
St. John's ain't no blue blood no more.
So you can lose your blue blood
is
card.
Indiana?
If Syracuse is, I guess Indiana still is.
But did we say Syracuse? Did we fully commit to Syracuse being a blue blood?
I don't.
They might have played them way out of it, right?
It's all those Big East teams. You just leave them there. Because you could say the same thing about Georgetown probably isn't. But
probably not anymore.
Yeah. I know your boys aren't. UT?
No. In basketball?
They got the money.
Man, they've had a lot of talent. They can't put it together, though.
Yeah. Cliff notes on the Anthony Slater article, DeMontis Sabonis, Zach LaVine, when we return. Drive, guys. Don't move.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322. 800-375-2322.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of back pain relief with just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sun up to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It's only one. Oh, three. It's only one. Oh, three.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Taking you up to 6 p.m. The Guest Fest has concluded, okay? It was a good Guest Fest. We got more from the Guest Fest. That is tomorrow for Thursday's show. But if you're just now tuning in, maybe you got off work a little bit early. Hopefully you did. We heard from Anthony Slater. We heard from Marcus D. Smith of USA Today. And we heard from Jack Dan as well. You can go check out those clips on YouTube, okay? But as we roll on, I've been teasing it here, but Jay and I had to talk about, how 50 is always a mess, a disaster, Highway 50. So we talk about that. I got a nice burrito today, so people were telling me who has the best burrito in Sacramento. So I put it off long enough. Now it's time to get to these notes on DeMontis Sabonis and Zach LaVine, and this is from Anthony Slater of ESPN. And like I said, that the piece that he did with us, that segment is up on YouTube right now. Go check it out during one of the breaks. But he writes, Sabonis made it a point to travel to Las Vegas and sit with the Kings front office personnel courtside for one of their summer league games. Last week, he visited Perry in Sacramento for another meeting about their future together and the mutually beneficial need for him to play well. Sabonis became extension eligible in July, but offering a new contract isn't currently being explored, team sources said. He switched representation to CAA Sports last week. He's going to play hard, Perry said. I don't think he knows any other way to play. So regardless of what may or may not have been, when Domas locks in, he's going to come and compete. That's my expectation. We need the best version of him this year and for him to accomplish whatever goals and objectives he has as a player for the remainder of his career. He knows he's got to play. So that was Scott Perry. So the big news here is that they met. And it's funny, Jay, when you read a statement like that. Last week, he visited with Perry in Sacramento for another meeting about their future together and the mutually beneficial need for him to play well. So, hey, what's up, Scott? What's up, Domas? Yeah, I got to play better. I got to play better, don't I, this season? Yeah, I think you do. I think it would behoove all of us if you not just played better, played, period. So I don't even know if it was a down year for Domas productivity-wise because he just wasn't on the floor. So the conversation about their future, and this is me reading in between the lines here, hey, we had you on the trade block. Obviously, things got a little bit crickets when you were injured. Let's get you back out there. Let's get you back healthy and see what we can do this upcoming season. And I think that's what, Scott says towards the end here, whatever goals and objectives he has as a player for the remainder of his career. Now, what he's not saying is that's probably not going to be with us, but wherever he may be, he can stay blessed wherever he ends up. So not a ton of new information outside of the fact that they met in Vegas and chit-chatted about, how things are going, and then met again just last week. And I would guess, Jay, and I know, you got some birdies that can chirp sometimes. I would guess that conversation is what we've alluded to here, as I always joke about the garage sale and deciding to put stuff away. And maybe, Jay, it happens. Look, and this is what I've been saying, Jay, this housing market in Sacramento, them bad boys, these houses are getting thrown together quickly. So if you out here as a buyer, you better be certain you gonna be in that house for a while. Because, Jay, I'll dabble in real estate a little bit.
Oh, boy.
And the inventory, Jay, I got some real estate friends.
Oh, boy.
And nothing is moving, Jay.
Yeah.
The inventory is stagnant.
7%.
And it's not surprising to me. Sacramento, these houses are everywhere. Yeah. Just from Natomas to the airport, they got another row.
I know.
And those are new houses on top of all the old houses that are being sold. So if you're a possible buyer, all right, just make sure you locked in for a minute, because you're not flipping that bad boy too quick.
No.
That's my real estate advice for the day.
That a boy?
Alan's advice.
Underwriter.
Real estate. The inventory, my sources are telling me inventory is stagnant, Jay.
Your sources?
My sources are telling me. The real estate industry has spoken in Sacramento.
Hey, and really a lot in California.
Yeah.
I mean, the financing percentages are through the roof. Right?
And that's just Natomas.
Yeah.
Then you got Roseville, Elk Grove.
Right.
I follow a lot of these real estate agents. If you're going to buy, be very certain.
West Sac.
That you are locked in.
Lincoln.
For a long time.
Rockland.
Everywhere. El Dorado Hill.
Yes, sir.
Folsom.
Yes, sir.
They're everywhere.
Yes, sir.
So I would say, Jay, maybe Domas, they had a conversation. If I were to guess, hey, Domas, obviously we've had some conversations with people. Those conversations are going to continue. I think we're all, on the same page here. We're trying to refresh this thing a little bit. But while you're here, let's make sure we're on one page, we're on one accord, and let's get you out there. Let's get you healthy. And once that happens, we'll see what we can do. That's what I would imagine the conversation was about.
I don't really have too much to add to it, Alan. I think you're spot on with it. I truly do. I think, it's two parties coming together, understanding that at this very moment, they probably are made for each other more than for someone outside of the communion, right? Outside the circle. So I'm with you. I think, we'll see as the season progresses. We'll see how the Kings play. We also see how Domantas Sabonis, who prior to last year, for the most part, though he gets banged up, plays.
Yeah.
Plays through a lot of injuries. Not saying he plays all 82, but he plays. More times than not, Domas is on the floor. His availability is available. So I would think we're at the point, if we go down the timeline, again, this summer sets the stage for the trade deadline in next summer, and I think that kind of plays the part for Domas and his situation moving forward too.
So that was the Domas piece of information, and kind of table the convos until they get in the season. Probably will reconvene in November or probably December. We'll start hearing some stuff, but that makes sense to me as to how they would kind of land for now. Now I'm getting questions. People are asking me, Jay, 916, is this a buyer's market or seller's market? In my opinion, it is definitely, it's kind of neither. Because you're right, Jay, those rates are insane. The interest rates are insane. We were talking about cars and how crazy they are for cars. But 916, not to give you a cop-out, but I think it's neither, because sellers can't sell and buyers have plenty of inventory to choose from, but those interest rates are insane.
They are.
If you make me choose, it's a buyer's market simply because there's a lot to choose from.
Availability.
There's a lot to choose from, okay? I'm telling you, man, just be sure. Just be sure.
Let me say this, though. Man, you come to the Drive Guys, man, you liable to catch all kind of advice around here, baby. Real estate,
dating advice,
game,
all
dating advice.
We got all of it.
Concert.
For you. Now the rental market, is flourishing.
Yeah, it's tough too.
When you decide, rental market is aggressive.
Yeah, brother.
You go to an open house, they locking it in right now.
Yeah, you better. The best way to, and I haven't done it in a while, but the best way to do it is almost have your app ready to go.
You gotta have it.
So when you walk in, it's like, slap.
Here's my FICO, my credit score. I got everything. I got everything for it. Yeah, you take Venmo. I got you right here. I got you right here, big dog.
Let's not even leave.
Yeah. Rental market reminded me of, renting back in the Bay pre-COVID. You renting in the Bay pre-COVID was, it was an arms race.
Yeah.
People were just coming in, and even back then they still did the paper applications, things like that. It was a fight. It was a fight out there to battle it out just to get you a little slice of heaven,
Yes,
Jay.
sir. Just to get you a little piece of the pie.
Just get you a little studio.
Yeah.
Battling it out for a studio. Are you kidding me?
It's tough.
You got to be kidding me, man. Also, somebody, I guess, was disagreeing with the take of Michigan not being a basketball blue blood from the 707. So they say, well, then tell us your blue bloods then. They want top 5 if Michigan isn't in them.
That's easy.
Kentucky.
Easy.
Duke.
Easy.
North Carolina.
Easy. Kansas.
UCLA.
Blue blood. Easy work. Come on, man.
So UCLA keeps Michigan out.
Yeah. UConn keeps Michigan out.
Oh, yeah. UConn.
Yeah.
Couldn't you argue Arizona?
Easy.
Yeah, I'm
Indiana's
sorry.
in the conversation.
Yeah, 707. You might get them in the top 10, maybe.
Yeah.
But they can't get in the top 5.
I'm just saying, Kentucky, Duke, Kansas, UNC, UCLA. That's come on.
Yeah.
They've been blue bloods forever.
Yeah.
Since 40s, 30s, whatever you want to call. Since Army Navy was good.
Right. Yeah.
Now, if you want to start to have conversations, think UConn's a blue blood, like you said this year. Now, you just said this time. But then you got to get into conversations. The Villanovas, the Syracuses, the Michigans, the Louisvilles,
the
Indianas. Yeah. Come on now.
Michigan is not, if there's a tier 1, it's probably tier 2.
Yes.
Which could sneak you into the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to 707. The Zach LaVine news from Anthony Slater's article. We have that for you as we roll on into the 5 o'clock hour. Drive Guys trying to keep you cool. We'll be right back.
SactownSports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. SactownSports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Exercise and golf have been two important activities in my life. I opened Golf Fitness Solutions in 2013 to help my fellow golf enthusiasts improve their posture, relieve their pain, gain strength and endurance, and most importantly, hit the ball farther. From beginners to professionals, I've had success working with all ages and all skill levels, and I can help you too. Located in Carmichael, call us at 916-802-5175 or go to golffitnesssolutions.com.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140. Your local sports leader. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
It's been quite the show so far, and we still rolling along. I still have about a third of my burrito left. Carne asada from Taco 65. Hey, I didn't do it right though, Jay, so I didn't even realize this. But there's certain things, you have your favorites. I'll put it like that. You got your favorites, right? For what your lady might make. Certain dinners that she makes that you like a lot, and vice versa. Hey, she likes when I make this kind of lemon garlic rice, things like that. Now, on the other side, Jay, there are certain meals that, they're not at the top of the list.
Agreed.
And I didn't realize she's making one of those meals today. So I truly didn't know. So I told her, I said, I think I'm going to treat myself and grab a burrito on my way in. And she said, is that because I'm making those meatballs today? No, I didn't know. And I told her, but now that you mentioned it, I'm definitely getting the burrito.
What you hating on the meatballs for, big dog?
It's just not.
What type of meat?
I think they're turkey. They're
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
And what is it over?
It depends. It can be different. Sometimes it's a pasta, or for being healthy, we'll go with the wheat pasta, whatever
Quinoa
it
or
is.
something?
It's fine. Some cauliflower, right? Whatever it is. It's just not at the top of the list. Everything you make is good, sweetie. But, it's just not the tippy top. If she had said a different answer, maybe I've saved the money.
It's all good.
But meatball day, okay, that sounds like a good day. Give me
So
some
go get a burrito.
Yeah. Let me know what you're making tomorrow.
Oh, what's up with the meatballs, man?
Let me know what you're making tomorrow.
I ain't never met a man who doesn't indulge in the fine art of a meatball.
No, I like, you go to an Italian restaurant and it's a big old meatball. I like those meatballs.
The veal joint.
Right. I like the real deal. She's not in here, and I don't expect her to be.
Right.
Making some hardcore Italian meatballs, right? But, yeah, the other kind of, more basic meatballs, it's just not at the top.
I got you.
I'll eat it. It's just not at the top.
Well, let me ask you real fast, because I gotta make sure you redeem yourself. Just name something real quick that your lovely wife does make.
Oh my goodness!
Come on, man.
Yeah, she makes this. It's this. I don't know. I think they're kind of white beans, right? But she makes them with chicken and sun-dried tomatoes. She just started making it. It's kind of one of her new things.
Gotcha.
And it's incredible. I don't even need to eat anything else with it, but she'll make it with other stuff. So that's really good. And now, Jay, you're putting me on the spot here. And when she does go pasta, she makes a really good scampi.
Okay.
Really good scampi.
There you go.
So those are you make one of those, sweetie. I won't get the burrito.
That a boy.
But
can't end on a negative.
There you go.
Because you go home, you see. One thing about it is the negative could be the last thing that they hear. So you got to spin it positive, family. I'm just looking out for you, baby.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
If you missed what Anthony Slater had to say on this show, you can check that out on YouTube. If you missed what he said in his article on ESPN, we got that for you. And we already went over what he had to say about Domantas Sabonis. Here is the update on Zach LaVine. LaVine was limited by injuries to 39 games last season and averaged just 19.2 points, his lowest since his first season in Chicago in 2018. He was the 16th highest paid player in the league and entered the summer facing a decision of his $48.9 million player option. Perry, while exploring avenues to fast-track a rebuild and get LaVine to a winning environment at this stage of his career, tested his market at the deadline and would have been amenable to sign-and-trade possibilities this summer. But nothing appetizing enough materialized, and LaVine opted in, leaving him as a big-ticket expiring contract entering the season. The Kings have no interest in buying out his contract, and he's expected to be a major part of the rotation entering the season. His value as a trade deadline option and unrestricted free agent next summer will be determined by his effectiveness. So once again, we have the note about not buying out Zach LaVine. Okay, this is now the fifth person I think we've heard since that non-story came out.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have Anthony Slater, who we know is very, very well connected in the basketball world, in the industry. So he's saying that not only is there not going to be a sign and trade, that man going to play. Okay, at 48.9, that man going to play. Because there's no reason for him not to play. There's two options here. Okay? There is the one option where you have the the idea of trading for Zach LaVine and you get something in return, okay? Or on the other side, he just goes away. His contract goes away, and I know we briefly talked about, hey, you could keep him and sign him to a shorter deal or a deal that seems more appropriate at this time. Yeah, you can do that too. But any of these options, I think, would be better than a buyout at this point. You can see what he does, right? And that's also why he's going to play. Allen, just sit him, okay? Just sit him. And tell him, first it was, hey, dare him to opt in and say, if you opt in, we're going to sit you. And that's going to affect your market next season. Zach LaVine said, not that they even said this to him, but Zach LaVine said, okay, right? And those are the types of things, Jay, I think you could probably speak on this, being that, you've been around the basketball world as well. That idea of, hey, if you opt in, you know where we're going. We might sit you. We might not play you as much, so it could affect your market. How real are things or are ideas like that? Because it kind of feels like that would be viewed as maybe an unspoken, like something you don't do. Like I can't really see Scott Perry saying that to Zach LaVine and kind of using it as a threat in a way. I feel like that wouldn't go over very well with agents.
Yes.
If you said something like that. Now, fans wanted to talk about it. I think we heard some other, hosts and media content creators talking about it, but I just don't know how real that is.
I would say, Alan, in my experiences, those are the conversations that you have when you bring someone aboard. And this is kind of like that, but I mean that in the form of similar to what we talked about with Russell Westbrook, or something that I've implored or asked that the Kings do is, if you're going to bring someone in the ilk of a Russ Westbrook, you need to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
Yeah.
Right? And so more times than not, you definitely don't want to threaten anyone that way, because guess what there are bylaws, players, NBA PA, there's things that kind of assist you in as a player, the union, that it's like, yo, they're threatening me by taking money. Like that's a no-no, right?
Yeah.
So I would say very little, small percentages. That's probably another question to ask Jerry Reynolds. But in my experiences, you don't do too much of that.
Yeah.
Now there is a difference between getting on the same page versus threatening someone. I'm going to threaten you to not take the money until you're going to sit the bench. Guess what, man? You pick up the phone, you call your union rep, or you call your team rep. Team rep calls vice president, and so on and so forth. And like you said, you hit the agent, and then now things are at a whole different level.
Yeah.
So I haven't really heard too much of that. I'm pretty sure it's happened because things always happen. There's exceptions to rules, but I do think there have been part of conversations. I can actually remember one for a player when I was with the Clippers. And it kind of came on like not as a mentor, but it was like, yo, look, you're going to play so many minutes. And if we're playing you more minutes, then there's a problem. There's an issue. There's some injuries or whatever. But expect to come in, do this every single day. We're going to pencil you in for this. And that's your role. And if you're good with that, then we're good signing you. It's the Udonis Haslam thing. Right? You're going to be who you are. Don't expect to play. If you playing, something's very wrong.
Yeah.
But we love you in the role of mentor / coach / player, whatever they were calling his role at the time. And I mean, he put in 20 years?
Yeah.
20 years, I think.
Yeah.
So
well, the thing is, that's a mutual understanding.
Yes.
Zach LaVine has the leverage.
Yes.
It's his contract. So you can't really have that conversation with someone because he's already under contract. It'd be one thing if, like you said, hey, Russ, we're going to talk to you before you sign a contract and you know what you're signing up for, but you can't use it because Zach LaVine is already under contract.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And it's a threat.
Right.
They
try to massage it, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
The other part of this, too, is we're not idiots, right? If the season started and Zach LaVine is barely playing, we would all know what was going on here, right? So there's no way they have the conversation with Zach. and then the season starts, and Nick Clifford and Emmanuel Sharp getting all the burn.
Right.
I don't think anybody is sitting there saying, "Oh, they're playing because they beat out Zach LaVine."
Well, I
not
see,
to start the season.
Yeah,
maybe eventually.
I'm with you, but I think there is a way out or a way into playing into that situation, which is you don't threaten the player. A la, we're talking about Zach LaVine. You don't threaten the player in the form of, hey, if you opt in, you're going to get less minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you opt in, it's, okay, listen, we're going young now.
Yeah.
You know, it's after the fact. It's after he has already opted in. Now we're having a conversation about what we're going to do during the season and on the court versus business and threats and a person's money, right? Now, we would probably think we might know something is wrong, but that's why I always say you don't see it too much from general managers and front offices, but every now and then you do. You don't see it from coaches that much, but every now and then you do, where a coach or a front office, an exec, a VP or something comes out and says, listen, we love that person.
Yeah.
And he's a great person. But we've come to an agreement that at this point, we want our young guns to play. We're going to still pay him.
Right.
He's still going to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And we would love for him to be a part of something, you know, in a different light. But we're going in the direction of playing player A, player B. We're looking at some different rotation pieces. So I think there's a way to go about it.
Yeah.
But you also have to kind of get out there in front of it, and you don't want it to be a media mess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you have the conversation, hey, Zach, if you opt in, and maybe they even had this to some degree, right? You can't cross a line, but hey, Zach, you know, we love working with you. Obviously, it is your right to opt in, but just know we're trying out some new things. We might end up going younger. Now, they've done the opposite, right? They've come out publicly and said, or, you know, through the powers that be like Anthony Slater and others, they've essentially come out and said, hey, Zach LaVine's going to be a big part of the rotation for us. Because that's the other thing, too. If you want to at least see if a team could get desperate and trade for LaVine, the best way to do that is him playing a lot and playing well. If you decide right now, hey, we're going to play Zach 15 minutes a game, yeah, you're probably not going to end up moving him, right? Or you probably are going to move on from him and be happy with that versus actually going to try to trade him. Now, Jeff Teague shared a story on the Club 520 podcast, and it was that his coach, Lloyd Pierce, upper management had capped his playing time at 18 minutes per game, regardless of how well or poorly he was playing.
Yeah.
So he tells the story, and he says, I could be cooking, and it wouldn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You know, 18 minutes, that's what we have you at.
Yep.
So it happens. Now,
For
he's
sure.
saying this years later, so it definitely happens.
All the time.
It's just how you massage it, and, you know, with how the Kings, you know, are trying to keep their PR in order, right? Oh, after the last couple years, I just don't think Scott Perry probably doesn't think the juice is worth the squeeze. And on top of that, if you're trying to trade him, then you got to play him, and he's got to play well.
Well, the LaVine situation doesn't cause for, like, we're creating that as Kings fans and NBA, definitely as Kings fans, but a lot of the NBA circles are creating that because how people see Zach LaVine, right? But those things happen all the time.
Yeah.
It's the far-fetched, DeMar DeRozan's not going to start and he shouldn't start because of this.
Right.
Where 9 times out of 10, those conversations aren't being had in the NBA. You're not having those as a team. Now, it may be a, man, we're in a rut. We need to change some things. Let's figure some stuff out. Or, you know, the Wizards or the Nets or the Kings for the most part in a lot of past years where they haven't been good. You're trying all kind of things to get people started or, you know, get the snowball going. With that being said, though, Alan, I think it's just LaVine, the character of who he is and the way we see him. You know, it's like, man, Zach has kind of always been one of those guys that feels like he teases you with the top end talent.
He's got every shot in the bag.
And then at the same time, it's kind of, he just can't grasp that star.
Right.
So I don't know why he's so polarizing, to be honest. I've tried to figure it out. He's one of the most polarizing people in the NBA. Russ Westbrook is one of the most polarizing people in the NBA, and they just so happened last year to both play for the Kings.
It's that price tag, but this idea of, hey, opt out or else, that just was never.
This cat's is making a whole heck of a lot more money.
Right. He said, Anthony Slater said 16th. I thought it was higher than that, to be honest with you.
It's some dudes out here, and we see it repeat itself. It's a pattern. Bradley Beal was in the same position. Remember Bradley Beal?
Yeah.
It was very polarizing. Oh, my goodness. This dude is making so much money, signed a guaranteed deal, no clause, trade clause. Like, people looked at it from afar.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis has kind of been in that position because of his availability. It happens throughout the league. Zion is definitely in that position right now. He's probably number one almost at this point. Feels like it's quieted down over the last season or two. But a couple seasons ago, man, everything was pointed at Zion about what's going on with him. Zach has just been one of those guys.
Right.
And he's in-house. So when anything is in-house, we stress more about what's going on in-house. If he was still with the Bulls, Kings fans wouldn't care.
Yeah, absolutely not. 916-339-1140. Let's get to the phone lines. Dalton wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Dalton? What you got for us?
Hey, so what I wanted to talk about is two things. One, Zach LaVine, and the other thing that I was talking, what you guys were just talking about. I also want to talk about the whole entire thing with Domantas Sabonis and the whole entire trade with him, how they want to trade him to Toronto. And honestly, the whole entire Domas thing, honestly, I mean, yeah, we could trade him to Toronto, but he's too good of a player to trade him for some nobody. But he's also too good of a player to not play him. And now with DeMar DeRozan gone, and now we have that open spot for the small forward. And honestly, what I was thinking that the Kings could do is just, put Keegan Murray at small forward, and then put Domas at power forward, and then Max at the center because he's 7'1". But it could also, be the other way around with that.
Yeah, I mean and then you said you wanted something on LaVine.
Yeah. The one thing that I have with LaVine is that, just like you guys said, he's taken up a lot of money, and we're not really, we don't have enough. That means that we're not getting enough money to be able to actually trade him or even to, pick up another player for that small forward spot.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Dalton. Great stuff. Let's start with the Domas Max convo. Yeah, and it was a couple different reasons why it didn't work out with Toronto. I know that Jakob Poeltl contract was one that they just the Kings didn't want to deal with. The Kings nearly traded Sabonis to the Toronto Raptors at the deadline in February, a move he would have welcomed, a source with knowledge of the situation said, for a package that included R.J. Barrett, but the Raptors were unable to get off the 3-year, $84 million remaining on Jakob Poeltl's contract, which doomed the deal. Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it's not even about Jakob Poeltl. If R.J. Barrett, if you were that certain, I think you do that deal if you truly believe that R.J. Barrett had another gear. I think you still do that deal. But that's why I wouldn't have done it and why ultimately they didn't do it. If you'll take a bad contract, if Scott Perry truly believed that R.J. Barrett could be one of those dudes, he would have done the deal, even with Jakob Poeltl's contract.
Oh, for sure.
So clearly I like you, R.J. I was part of drafting you, but that contract, Jakob's, I can't like you that much. That's part of it. And then what Dalton had to say about Zach LaVine, he's here. It's one more year. He's not even on the list of bad contracts anymore. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
We've read off multiple lists, and Zach LaVine is not even on those lists anymore. So that's a good thing. I think you let him play, you hope he plays well, and it's a win-win. You have a level of leverage because outside of first-round picks and draft capital, teams need cap space. That might be the second most important thing to have from a GM standpoint. Number one is obviously draft assets. Number two is cap space. So you're going to get that without doing anything. You know, everybody always talks about you need your money to work for you.
Yes, sir.
You know, you need to make money while you're not doing anything. The Kings don't have to do anything. And Zach LaVine is going to finally come off the books. So that's a good situation to be in, without a doubt.
It's the toughest part is using the P word, which is patience.
Yeah.
You can't continue to ask Kings fans to be patient, and I totally understand that. But you don't have to wait that much longer to at least – now, I'm not promising any success. You know, even Scott Perry ain't come up on here and said playoffs. He just said, look, sustainability, you know, success. So my thing with that is we'll see once Zach is off the books. Now, albeit if it's at trade deadline or at the end of next season, it's to be determined.
Right.
But one way or another – he's coming off the book.
Exactly.
Yeah. At this value.
At this value. Sure. Now, you know, it might sound crazy, but the Kings, if they like him, there could be another deal. I don't know. We have no clue, but he ain't going to be getting $48.9 million.
No, sir.
We know that.
No, sir.
916 says, I'm looking for Zach LaVine to step up now that DeRozan is out of the picture. I believe LaVine deferred to DeRozan, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he deferred to DeRozan and Westbrook, allowing them to control what was going on. Now that they're gone, it's his turn to step up or step out. Yeah, look, 24 points. Think about it, though. I know, and this is why that 21.5 is part of my Schmalin parlay. Because I know a lot of ifs, but we spoke about DeAndre Hunter today. Couple years ago, 17 points per game, 40% from three on 6 threes a game. You know, Keegan, bit of a wild card. We're not sure where he's going to go, but if you get him with the leap, something like that, you just get Domas back on the floor. There's some things to be excited about, relatively speaking. The 916 says, are the burritos good at Taco 65? Taking my son to soccer practice at Tahoe Park. I'll be stopping by Taco 65 after practice. I'll tell you this, 916. No, they are good. It's really, for me, the salsas that they have. And the meat, they got the grill right there. It's on my Twitter, and my X and my Instagram. They got the meat. They make them, you know, the grill is right there outside. So you see all the smoke. And that's what I like about it. But 916, you need to order ahead. You know, I don't know what your timeline is. Jay, I walked in there lunchtime. It's packed out in there. I walk in. Hey, for Allen, DoorDash pickup, bing, bam, boom, I'm out of there.
Okay.
So order ahead, 916. That's what I would do.
Do it.
Okay. Someone else saying, Allen, which one of your real estate agents is the most heliocentric? Come on, man. Come on. I got a couple.
Yeah, don't drop the names yet.
Well,
man.
These real estate agents, everything is content now, Jay.
Yes, it is.
These real estate agents, you know, you got the food people who come with me to a Sacramento shack making, I don't know, Japanese burritos, whatever it is, and it's the best thing ever.
Dude, I appreciate those folks, but there's too many of them.
There's too many of y'all.
Like, Brad, we move on.
And I'm not going to name the
Dive
city.
into something else.
I'm not going to do that because I will get in trouble, Jay.
Uh-oh.
But some of them, they need niches, right? So if we got people that are specific food creators for cities that you don't need to do all that, right? Like every city doesn't need, hey, I'm the blanket. I'm not going to say any names, but it's not even all of, full-on Sacramento.
I got you.
Specifically.
Nice Landing.
Roseville. I'm the Roseville guy. I'm the Elk Grove guy.
I got you.
Anything
I'm
you need.
I'm Galt guy.
Oh, thank you. Anything you need. Allen, you need anything on Folsom, I'm the Folsom dude. Okay. Right, I got you.
Right.
I think you should widen it out a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. But also, no, because there's probably too many of you anyway.
That's true.
Like.
You could be because even Sacramento got a bunch of them, Jay.
We got too many.
And everything tastes good. But now these real estate agents, they're on social media. They're showing the house. They're making these different jokes to catch your attention. Yeah. Everything is content now.
It is. Content is king.
But I get it. If you want to be the best, hey, look, the only way I'm differentiating myself, I'm the Natomas dude. I'm not saying I am.
Oh, okay, I got what you're saying.
I can be. Unofficially, I am.
Yeah, I got you.
But I don't make content, not
sometimes,
like that.
Sometimes.
I'm going to be honest with you. I tried a couple days ago, and I don't have the setup or anything like that right at my house. But there was this sandwich that I really wanted to try. It's that the New York sandwich spot in Natomas, and it's really good.
New York sandwich spot in Natomas.
Yeah, it's called the New Yorker.
Okay.
The New Yorker Deli.
Where's that?
It is in the Natomas Corporate Center.
Bro, give me some streets, man.
Well, it's on Natomas Park Drive. It's on Natomas Park Drive. Okay.
You telling me the name of the corporate center,
the corporate
man?
center. You can't miss it. Natomas Park Drive.
I got you.
So I went.
I think I know where it's at. I just had to.
I got two sandwiches. I got a chopped cheese, and I got this. They do the chicken cutlet just like in New York.
I got you.
I tried, Jay. I put the phone up. I took a bite, and I couldn't do it.
Not in you.
No.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Maybe if someone else is holding the phone, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just felt awkward. I'm chewing. I'm trying to talk while I'm chewing. It was a mess. I deleted it.
I got you.
I deleted
Everybody,
it.
this is what makes us all great, right? We all have our own strengths.
Yeah.
Some people do certain things that I would never think about fantastically. And so that's dope. I appreciate that. But I will say it is oversaturated.
It is.
You come to the Drive, guys, we're not going to sit up here and sugarcoat every single thing.
No.
The fact of the matter is we got way too many.
Yeah.
Too many people doing that. But I will say this too. I'm not really the biggest social network person. My wife, though, sees all of it. Right?
Yeah.
So she's like, "Oh, babe, we got to try this spot, and we got to try this spot." And I'm with all of that though. Like I'm always trying to support local, mom and pop.
Yeah.
Hole in the wall.
I'll shout him out.
That.
I'll shout him out.
Yeah, no doubt.
I saw, the hub in Natomas, another spot. That's where me and the Digital Boys will kick it. Have you ever seen someone in the wild recording it?
No.
I did.
Yeah.
And it was pretty funny to watch it happen. I think the hubby had to record her.
Yep.
And she's taking a bite.
Yeah, nah.
Editing.
Nah, put that thing on the tripod, family.
Man. I'm like, we ate. Got there, ordered, ate, dipped.
Yeah,
They were still recording and editing.
Nah, put that on the tripod, sweetie.
What's cooking? The new level of Brock continues. It sounds like Brock Purdy is going to get some more freedom. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What's cooking? Coming up next. The Drive, guys. We rolling on.
Follow Sactown Sports 1140 on Instagram and X at Sactown 1140 to see the best moments from all your favorite shows and up-to-the-minute live reactions and updates on the Kings, 49ers, and more. That's at Sactown 1140 on Instagram and X. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Green and Gold Injury Report is brought to you by the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates. If you get in an injury, just call Gingery. Zach Geloff is set to start a rehab assignment in Las Vegas this week, coming off his knee injury. JT Ginn is coming off the 15-day IL and will pitch in Cincinnati. Both Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz were out of the lineup last Sunday. Wilson with tendonitis in his knee, Kurtz for his hand. He is scheduled to see a hand specialist in LA this week to determine his next steps.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Order up, Sacramento.
And for you, sir?
I will have the gabagool. The dinner bell rang, and it's time to find out what's on the menu.
Lunch? Oh, you gotta be kidding. Lunch is for whips.
So fire up the grill and crank up the burners, because it's time to find out what's cooking on the Drive Guys.
Give me all the bacon and eggs you have. Do you understand?
Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
I'll have what she's having.
What's cooking is Brock Purdy and his relationship with Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy talks about how his relationship with Kyle Shanahan has grown over the years. Here's the quote: "If he can't finish off a play, hopefully I've studied well enough that week to know the rest of the play and be able to go ahead and do it. I'll also get a little fiery if I want a certain play in the moment." The cool part is, I think we're at a point in our relationship where we can handle that to each other. If I mess up and he knows I can be better, he tells me. In the moment, I feel like I wanted this or felt this, I can tell him that, and he can handle it. Brock says that he's also been canning plays more often than in years past. So canning a play, hey, I like this play better. We're going to go with this. Hey, Kyle, I know you're the genius, the boy wonder, but I think I'm the new boy wonder at times, and I think this is a better look. Jay, you think this could lead to, I mean, everybody says that Kyle Shanahan's offense is already ridiculous. Do you think giving Brock a longer leash will help the offense or possibly hurt it?
That's a great question. I lean towards help it than hurt it. I don't, but
you don't sound, you're not selling it.
Yeah, I'm not going, kind of like what you did with the food. Like you tried to do it, but it just wasn't there.
It just wasn't there.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. The one thing Brock does is do things that's not on schedule compared to anybody that Kyle Shanahan has had that I can remember. The Matt Ryans, the Kirk Cousins, the Jimmy G's, guys like that. They didn't do a lot of stuff that's not on schedule. That's what Shanahan is about, right? On schedule.
Yes.
If you don't do it on schedule, the offense normally looks terrible. Brock has saved Kyle in a lot of different ways, though.
Yeah.
So I would say help it, but also on the flip side, Brock has got to also learn, when to hold him and when to fold him, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been in those situations, the balls that don't get picked off but have a high probability of being picked off. He's had some games where the interceptions have caught up to him. That crazy. Remember that, Jay? Now, this is what I miss about football. It's just the arguments based on who you like and don't like. I'll never forget that Ravens Christmas game. Because if you like, what was that, 2 years ago now?
2 years, yeah.
If you like Brock, well, technically only 2 interceptions, technically those were the only ones that were really on him. And if you don't like Brock, the dude threw 4 picks in a game.
Yep.
What are we talking about? Well, one was a tip drill and you didn't have this, didn't have that. That's the type of stuff I live for, Jay.
Why, man?
I love
you
it.
Just want to be in the mix?
Oh, I love it because it really, nobody is really objective to it. It's subjective how you look at facts, right? The fact is 4 interceptions. But why those things happen, depending on who you talk to, I love just seeing where everybody ends up going.
I got you.
Where they end up going. But if you open it up, I think if you're Kyle, there's probably a level where he feels uncomfortable. Hey, we could open it up. And Brock, it's his job to test those limits. And I think we're going to find out pretty early in the season how much he has to test those limits. Yeah. The other part of that is, again, health. Now, I know George Kittle wants to be there for week 1, but what do you expect Brock to do? He throw into a dude named Jake Tonjes, who I don't think anybody had heard of before the season. Had a great season.
Yeah.
And might actually be a dude.
Yeah.
But that first game where Brock is running around twinkle toes and finds Tonjes, that's not Kyle.
No.
That is not Kyle.
Far from.
So you do have to open it up a bit, and I think Brock has earned that. But I'm sure Kyle's going to say, hey, there's a line. I'm a habitual line stepper. and Brock has been that in his time. And again, it connects back to his confidence. He's getting cashed out now. And the weapons. What type of weapons does he have? If he's got the full-on Avengers, he probably doesn't have to do a lot of that because everything is on time. His guys are where they need to be. But if he's having to work with some of these other dudes, it's Demarcus Robinson time. And I think he threw a pass to Sky Moore last year. Yeah. I mean, what are we talking?
More than one,
what are we talking about?
When I realized that as Whitey likes to say, scheme arrogance of Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. Remember, I think this was 2 years ago, maybe 3. My mind's not grasping the exact time. Remember Lamar Jackson was talked about being up for grabs?
Yes.
And the word on the streets was all it was going to take was a first-round draft pick and a second-round draft pick. Or maybe 2 first-round draft picks, but they didn't have to be back-to-back. Mm-hmm. And the Niners didn't have a quarterback. They didn't kick the tires on Lamar Jackson.
Right.
That told me all I needed to know. And I remember someone asked John Lynch, like, yo, have you guys even kicked the tires on Lamar Jackson? And he was like, well, we kick the tires on everybody. And everyone is looking around, every 49er faithful, trying to figure out, why has the 49ers not picked up the phone and called the Ravens or Lamar Jackson when it seems to be that everybody, all the rest of the roster is Super Bowl ready minus a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I really finally gave in to the people who talk about Shanahan in the form of, hey, listen, if it's not his way, it's not ever going to be any other way.
Yeah.
That's when I gave that in. Because I'm like, if you don't pick up the phone and call for Lamar Jackson, who was coming off an MVP season, remember that. So that had to be 2 seasons ago, because it was 3 seasons ago he was the MVP. I said, oh, Shanahan ain't never going to, he will never, as long as I'm thinking he's going to be around, he will never have a quarterback who is bigger than him.
Nope. And that's why Brock is perfect.
He's perfect.
He does just enough outside of it to save Shanahan, but Shanahan's still going to get a lot of that credit.
1,000%.
I think he liked having Jimmy.
I do too.
And even it sounds crazy. We've said it before. You brought up Lamar. Josh Allen, same thing. Josh Allen would drive Kyle Shanahan insane.
Oh,
he couldn't do it.
Come on, man. Because a lot of things are off schedule.
Yeah.
And a lot of times Lamar's gotten a lot better, but I think Josh is kind of like that number 1 off schedule quarterback now for me. Mm-hmm. Some people say Pat Mahomes, but I think it's really Josh. The first, second, third, I'm out of here. I'm not even waiting on it. And then sometimes it's first, second, third option. I'll wait for the 4th to finally come open. But I'm a scramble to open up some time.
Yeah.
Then the 4th option. And, that's not Shanahan's way.
He holds on to the ball a lot.
Yeah, he does.
And
he does.
That would not jive with Kyle Shanahan.
Let me ask you something. There's two ways to look at this, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
And since Shanahan has become a 49er head coach, his regime, you can look at the wide receiver position two ways. Guys being unhealthy and not succeeding in the opportunity that they've been given. Or, I'll ask you this question because I set the foundation. Can you tell me a fourth wide receiver name ever since Shanahan's been on the 49ers? Like, can you name a fourth wide receiver off the 49ers since the regime of Kyle Shanahan? I mean, see, everybody, if I said the third, you would say Jennings.
Right.
Yep.
Right. I mean, I guess just because he was just here, I guess it would have been Demarcus Robinson, right? Somebody like that, but not consistently. Not consistently at all.
Can I ask you, has there been any wide receiver to take the top off the defense along a deep ball threat?
They have, I believe they've tried to find one, but no. I think they tried.
It's a twofold. The Cowings, the Watkins, those guys of the world haven't flourished. But I'm also here to say
Danny Gray.
My young gun from Baylor, who I'm blanking on a couple years ago.
Ronnie Bell was Michigan. But he was in there.
He was in there for a minute. Those guys don't flourish because this ain't the type of offense for someone to go take the top off. And if you go back and look at the history of Shanahan's offenses, I implore people, go look at the third and fourth wide receiver in those offenses in Washington and in Atlanta. They don't really do well. And they really don't have a deep ball threat. I'm not saying those plays ain't being called.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we look at it from a 49er standpoint of, well, man, the Grays and the Cowings and Ronnie Bells of the world haven't flourished for whatever reason. A lot of times because it's not health. But somebody's that fourth wide receiver in the, in the locker room. Why has none of them flourished?
Well, and he'll get you that seam route, that inside seam route, and that'll get you about a 30-yarder. That's the big play. They used to love that to Ayuk.
Yeah.
But route, straight up go route, outside the numbers, you're not seeing it.
Nah. Who was the wide receivers over in Atlanta that was killing them? Who was the top wide receiver in Washington where it's like, oh man.
But he had Julio.
Julio's Julio.
But it's Julio.
That's what I'm saying. Get past the 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I'm asking the 3 and 4. I said 4 for the 49ers because Jennings has kind of been a good 3 over the last 4 years or whatever. I'm saying look at Shanahan's history. He doesn't have a good history of making wide receivers better, and he doesn't have a lot of wide receivers that you can look at to say, man, those are top-tier guys in the league. They lead the league prior to the yak, but as far as in the air
yards,
got 115 catches, like those things just don't happen in his offense.
Not really,
because he spreads it around.
Yeah,
he's a magician.
He's got a type.
He definitely does.
When it comes to quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, everybody.
Levin North makes a great point. Kyle wasn't a fan of RG3 in Washington. He wasn't.
Kirk got Kirk up in there.
Love Kirk. He loved him.
On time.
Matt Ryan, Matty Ice, Jimmy G.
You are early. If you are 5 minutes early, you are on time.
Yeah.
You are late if you are on time. That's how Kyle treats his offense. As we round things out, oh my goodness, did we bury the lead? The Kings still checking in, just checking up on Kuminga, seeing how things going. But this other team in the West might be the ones to bring him home. One more segment with you. The Drive Guys be rolling on.
Football is back.
This is Sactown, baby!
And Sactown Sports 1140 is your home for primetime NFL games this season.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One. Catch all the NFL primetime action.
Catch Monday, Thursday, and Sunday night football, international games, the NFL playoffs, and the Super Bowl right here on Sactown Sports all season long. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson. Plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo.
Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club in Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPBest.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Anthony Slater, great article on ESPN.com. He spoke with us. That's up on YouTube. You can check that out as we round out the show here. But something that's not in that article that I had to get out of him, I begged and I pleaded, can you tell me what? And actually, Jay, now that I'm thinking back to what Slater said, I guess my question was, what went wrong? Or did they decide to go in a different direction? And he said, well, it's really just about the money. Now, we didn't have time, but it was about the money. And he also said they can't give up draft capital. So as we spoke about it before, let's play the game and pretend that the Hawks wanted a reunion with DeAndre Hunter. Right now, and I believe that money would have added up. If the Hawks wanted a reunion with DeAndre Hunter, or at least said, hey, we'd rather not lose Kuminga for nothing, I guess Anthony Slater is alluding to the Kings, or not alluding. He said they can't give up draft capital. So is there a world where the Kings could have done a DeAndre Hunter and a protected pick, something like that, for Jonathan Kuminga? If the Hawks were into it in a sign and trade, sure, they could. But Anthony Slater is saying they probably just didn't want to give up the draft capital. But they have been in communication, and the problem now is, hey, we like you, we just can't pay you. So if he signs on a short-term deal, we could be having this conversation all over again next summer. And I love it. Now, what is he going to do in the meantime? Well,
I hate you.
I never heard that one. Hoops Hype had this one from our guy, Michael Scotto. After missing out on their pursuit of LeBron James, the Minnesota Timberwolves have also expressed interest in Kuminga with their starting power forward spot up for grabs and their $6.06 million taxpayer mid-level exception available for the taking. Jay, that sounds to me like he ain't getting very much more in Minnesota.
No, sir.
Than a minimum there.
Looking at a better opportunity, maybe?
I guess. Now, Minnesota to me, and yesterday we had them in our last hoorah column as far as teams with big fishes that, may be available if the team decides to blow it up. If you add Kuminga to that mix, I truly don't know. I don't know what the Timberwolves are going to be anyway. It kind of feels like they don't, and I said this about Luka, it kind of feels like they don't know what Anthony Edwards needs, right? There was a while where, hey, we don't really want him to be point guard, but then he still had the ball all the time because Michael Conley just wasn't playing that much. So now you bring in LaMelo, which in theory, a really good point guard, he should help, but you're just not sure how that's going to work together because even though Ant isn't really a point guard, he still has the ball all the time. Now you're going to throw Jonathan Kuminga in there as well, possibly. I think the reality is what we have learned is that Jonathan Kuminga, nobody views him as anything more than a third option. None of these teams that have been interested in Jonathan Kuminga have offered a second, even a second option role. Not as of right now. Now you can flourish into something. Speaking of the Timberwolves, look at Jaden McDaniels. Jaden McDaniels, when he first came into the league, he was strictly 3-and-D. Now this dude's got a little bit of a bag, handles the rock, obviously still has that defense, right? He went crazy against the Spurs a little bit, and really in that series prior. That's not the Jaden McDaniels we saw a couple years ago. Jaden McDaniels a couple years ago was more like Derrick Jones Jr. You know, I'm sit in the corner, shoot the corner three, and that's about it. So you definitely can see growth in a player, and you can move from a second or a third option to a second option, whatever the case may be. But right now, all Kuminga has out there, Jay, is some third option love.
So now you want to throw it back in there one more time.
I mean, I'm not, it's just, I'm just saying.
At what point in time are we going to utilize yesterday's news stop utilizing yesterday's news as today's news?
Well, the Minnesota thing.
Kings fans.
Yeah. I know, but that's just me with Kuminga.
Yep. I'm not saying you. I'm saying Kings, like the Kings beat. The Kings, kingdom. Like
yes.
Anthony Slater talked about stuff that was from last year.
Right.
In many different ways. The Domas. Now, of course, that leads up to, him reassuring that he's bought back in and stuff. So I get why you have to bring up the past. But even the rest conversation, that's kind of like yesterday's news. I know Jake Fisher talked about it, but we kind of all knew. I guess what I'm saying to y'all is this. You could say that tomorrow on the show yet again, and in 2 weeks, Russ is not signed. We still all know 2 weeks from now that if Russ is not signed and the Kings have not signed anyone, that Russ may return back to the Kings.
Yeah.
Why is that going to be news when another person puts it out 3 weeks from now and say, well, the Kings are still having conversations with Russ?
And it's going to happen.
I know.
It's going to happen.
Why does that spark people up, man?
Well, the Russ thing, Scott Perry was very pointed with what he said, but he did leave a door open, right? So when he was talking about, hey, Russ is on we gave him a vet minimum, and I think he outplayed that. I think he said that's all I really have to say on it. When he said all that, I think a lot of us knew, this isn't over yet. But there were a lot of people that I saw that thought, hey, this is Scott Perry saying it's over. I didn't hear him say, he had to kind of get coerced in a follow-up question about the backup point guard. That's when he brought up Malik and Nick Clifford. But he didn't initially say, hey, guys, you're asking me about Russell Westbrook. We're rocking with a couple different guys at the point guard position. We wish Russ the best. He never said that. So I wasn't surprised. You weren't surprised. But I do think there were some people that thought you gotta, when these GMs speak, a lot of times, Jay, it's not what they say, it's what they don't say.
Agreed.
Like Scott never said it's, we really appreciated our time with Russ and we're gonna move forward with our guys. He had to get kind of coaxed into saying it, So that's why I had a feeling it ain't over until Russ is in another jersey.
It ain't over
until he's in another jersey.
But we know this.
Yes,
we're on record today, as we were on record yesterday, which we were on record during Summer League, which we were on record 2 weeks prior to that, which we were on record when the season ended, which we were on record during draft week. Like we're all on record at this point, knowing that Russ Westbrook, until he's in another jersey or he submits his retirement papers, and walks off on the Golden Brick Road, that he may have an opportunity to return to the Kings.
Yep.
Why is that? Like, we know this. This is known. All that to be said until Scott Perry puts a pin in Jonathan Kuminga.
Yep.
Unlike Whitey. Go ahead, Allen. Talk about it, big dog.
Come on,
it's
home.
your world, baby.
Come on, home.
It's
now,
your world.
It had gotten quiet, and that's why I asked Anthony, because I didn't know, hey, did something change? And basically, Anthony Slater said, no, nothing changed. They just don't have the cash. Now, if you're looking at somebody giving you $6 million, and this dude said no to $10 million a year from the Lakers probably thinking, well, it's a good thing we didn't spend that because we didn't need to. So a lot can still happen. A lot can still happen. Now, if you missed any of the guests that we had on the Guest Fest, you can check all that out, obviously, on our YouTube page, on the Sactown Sports app as well. Anthony Slater did his thing. Marcus D. Smith did his thing. And, of course, Jack Dan did his thing. We got another mini Guest Fest tomorrow, okay, on Thursday. So we're excited for that one. Giants, Jay, I thought maybe we were going to have the conversation. Oh, are they going to go on a little run? Are they going to go on a little run after the trade deadline? Some inspired ball. They beat the Rangers on Monday after the trade deadline. So I'm ready to have that conversation, Jay. Then they lose in extras last night to the Rangers. Jung-Hoo Lee got absolutely, look, it's a lonely feeling out there. I don't know if you saw, Jay, absolutely lost the ball, got turned around and fell on his behind, and they walked off. And then they smacked the Giants today. The Rangers did 6-0 in a day game. So Osleves Basabe has been great, but the Giants, they're still the Giants. So no, I won't have to ask the question, are the Giants going to go on a fake run? They made sure of that as they get blanked today. 8 hits, but no runs, okay? So we'll see what happens with them. Got another one coming up for you tomorrow as we roll on. Again, thank you to all the guests. Thank you, Jay. And until tomorrow, secure the bag like the beam.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies